Hello and welcome to the Fortnite Champion Series. I'm your host Zeke, and joining us here as analysts, we got Sundown, we got Shy Wager, we got NA East on deck. Now, of course, if you watched earlier, you know we wrapped up the European region with some intense final games there. Benji Fishy coming out on top, and we'll recap all that for you. Don't even worry about it. But first, why don't we start with our friends here, Sundown, Shy Wager. How you guys feeling after the first day, coming into day number 2?
I mean, Benji Fishy put on an absolute show and clinic this morning. It was brilliant to watch. It was such a great way to kick off the day, at least in terms of the broadcast, and then being able to kind of take a second to step back, watch a little bit of NA Round 2, watch some of the viewing parties, watch some of the streams, and get really mentally geared up for the NA East Finals. I'm excited about it.
For me, I am ready to go on the NA East roller coaster today. It's going to be sick to see what happens on the second day of qualifiers. People want to clap back. Some people qualified, some didn't. And when it's NA East, it's always dramatic in game.
That's right. Well, of course, we're getting ready. Don't you worry about it. The battle bus is being prepared. So let's take a moment to talk about the show itself. What can you expect as a viewer? And how are these players earning points, moving up and down the leaderboards? What are they winning? What are they walking away with? Don't worry. We got you covered here on the broadcast. We'll go ahead and start by talking about the actual format of the competition. Now, we ourselves are going to be hopping into round number 3, but earlier on in the day, rounds 1 and 2 did happen. So round 1 was open to Champion League and above. In round number 2, 3,000 players moved there. And then from round number 2, the top 100 were placed in round number 3. And after 6 matches, the top 50 players in each region will advance onto the heats 2 weeks from today. So keep this in mind when you're watching. A lot of these players have already potentially played 14 matches before making it to this point. Now, guys, we saw some of Europe. It was kind of just like they ran it back the same way. Like, I would have never imagined they'd played 14 games again before, getting back to this point. Do you guys believe that NA East is going to bring that same heat? What do you think, Sundown?
Well, I think one of the biggest things to consider and talk about is the number of double qualifications. We saw in Europe that there was only 20 players who managed to actually make it through all the way to the finals on both of the days. I think NA East is right around that same number. We're going to get a final number here in just a second. But even then, for that group of players, at the end of this, we're talking about a maximum of 40 games of high-intensity solos, which can be a lot of Fortnite. It's mentally, emotionally, and mechanically taxing and draining. And to make it all the way to the end of that, it says a lot about their ability to put in the time and effort.
Yeah, like the topic we're kind of walking into is mentality overall. For me, I see 2 different ones. How are people from yesterday going to be playing today, as we mentioned, the double qualifiers, but also the people from round 2 in NA East, the people who have been winning. Acorn, Keox right now are the ones on my mind. How are these guys going to look into this next upcoming just round 3 itself, and how will they look over towards those heats and grand finals? 100 players per heat, the top 25 advance to those grands, then it's another big set lobby to play with 6 matches there, Zeke.
And the end of it all, man, one FNCS champion will be crowned. Don't forget, there's already acts of champions out there. Players currently hold them, so it'll be fun to see if some players can defend their title or if those axes will be relinquished. Let's talk about the format itself. Victory Royale worth that nice 14 points with placement points as far out as 75th place. And you can see it kind of goes there in waves. Hitting top 10, that's where you start to see these incremental changes. But the big one is the Victory Royale. Now, obviously, the big change coming out of the FNCS Invitational is now eliminations are valued at 1 point with a cap of 20. So if you got 25 eliminations in a match, you're only going to be able to walk away with 20 points total for those eliminations. 34 points total on the table for these players. We haven't seen anything crazy. We haven't seen any big 20 bombs, obviously, but I think the highest we've seen is about a 8 or 9 elimination streak, if I remember correctly, Sundown.
Yeah, we've seen 8 a number of times, particularly earlier today. Both Noah Riley and Benji able to rack off those impressive performances and turn out the elimination. So we're looking at a more typical quote-unquote pop-off game of being right around 20 to a maximum of 22 points, which kind of generally sets the standard for what you can think like a winning number and what players are able to do in order to move their way up the standings. You can really see how it favors players who are able to consistently place in that top 5 and also steal individual placements there. Like if you're able to get that 3rd and the 2nd, you're going to push up and make yourself a claim for a higher stake in the money.
$3,000 there for first place. And of course, everyone who does make it to round number 3 will see a little bit of that prize money. You got to feel pretty good about that, right, Shy? Being able to take away something for playing all day.
Yeah, I mean, there's prizes up for grabs, and this is very important for people who've already qualified and are here again from yesterday. They still have something to play for, get a few dollars into their bank accounts, and then, you know, maybe upgrade setups or do whatever they need to do. It's also something to strive for if you are under these different thresholds past top 50th and you've qualified today. You maybe want to bump up to 25th, maybe even 20th, and earn your rewards.
And here's a look at overall rewards for all of the regions here, Europe, NA East. Now, don't forget, we're looking at Europe and NA East. And this will be it for us today. Now, I'm sorry, Sundown, did not mean to cut you off. I'd love for you to finish your point there.
No, and I think, like, looking across all of the regions and just remembering that prizing out for qualifiers and giving these guys an incentive to play for when they do care so much about the standing and the clout that really comes from it. I know Benji Fishy cares much more about that first place than the $5,000 he won earlier today.
Yeah, it's all about making a statement, right? Because you got to think about it. When he was playing against Noah, I like to think about it like an anime, you know? You're trying to be that final boss, and you reach the top of the mountain, and there you say, I've done it. But instead, there's a secret boss that waits for you there with the level 99 armor and maximum damage and maximum HP. It says, no, 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 friend. You must now face me. And it's like, that's what Benji is. Benji is the final secret boss in the game, 100%. And he's showing us that he is capable of that. But of course, there's other secret bosses lying in wait. Savage, Mongrel, right? Just to name a few. And of course, that's out in EU. So if you missed it, gentlemen, I think we should take some time to kind of recap what we did see, because today's games were so fire. Like, I love EU so much just because of they know what we like to see. They like to say, all right, you want to watch a show? We got that for you.
And it's always been about just high-octane aggression, and this has probably been Benji's most complete tournament today in terms of just consistent points and placements. He was able to particularly pick it up in the back half. But one thing to note, too, is he opened up, and what we're seeing here is his semifinal run. The way he made it into the finals was winning back-to-back 8 Elims games. We talked about how huge that was of a number. He did it twice in a row to push himself up to 4th place in that second round and to make the qualification to give himself the final spot. And you can see just how dynamic of a player he is, how aggressive he is, able to use the crash pads, get up towards the top, and it doesn't matter what stage of the game it is. He's confident in his ability. And one thing in particular that I don't think we've commented enough about is I think this format and the timing of it in particular benefits Benji a lot because he gets so many games in ahead of time. He's able to get that rhythm. In the previous FNCSs, what we had seen is really solid performances out of him in the opens, which you expect, then a really good semifinal performance, and then he has a break until he has to play on the Sunday, and he's not able to really continue that momentum. With that out of the way, I think Benji's going to end up being potentially one of the most dangerous players in EU during this FNCS.
Definitely, his weights are kind of off. The training arc is complete, and now we're on to the tournament arc where hopefully he wins everything, and then we see a nice season finale in those grand finals. Still, though, box to box, I'm so happy that he finally gets to perform over. Every shot we saw hitting was hitting for max damage. Every single beam was barely even missed overall, and every shot that was taken. This Benji was in every box, and he was almost in every endgame too. What a sight over at Europe. That being said, it's NA East that we're going to be watching next. It was a Titan on our side of the pond, too, that was kind of similar into the aggression side of Benji in terms of taking cones, taking walls, having a lot of builds placed where they needed to be. P-God was playing so well, and overall, it was so good to see exactly how he dropped stuff down.
That's right. We're going to take a look and break down some of P-God's action. Now, we have to reiterate this a lot. This competition is fierce. Making it up this mountain that we are talking about is not easy, and it's not for the faint of heart. Someone like P-God, who did come out first yesterday, didn't qualify for the games today.
And I mean, it's tough. It just goes to show the amount of turnover. And while he was able to put up a really solid performance, and for some players who might not be familiar with P-God, he was someone who was able to come out and qualify for the World Cup solos, who really doesn't necessarily put up a ton of tournament performances, but is relatively consistent with the capability of turning up that big day when everything goes right and when he does all of the little things. And as you were talking about kind of the cone hiding placement, Shio, and once you see players starting to kind of get into that groove in solos and they're continually diving in and looking for these nice little Dorito edits and popping up and trying to put pressure on their opponents, I think you can generally tell who's in the groove. And P-God with a huge shot right there. Shows why he did well yesterday. However, I don't want to say I'm not surprised that he wasn't able to qualify through, because particularly after a first place performance, I would have laid back a little bit.
It's not just that, it's just this playstyle. You saw it in mid-game. It might not be there in endgame, though. Is like very clash-centric. Like, every fight he takes, he always ends up taking a little bit of damage off from it. Of course, when you're in-game, endgame, you have that momentum overall. You start to play in a lot more smarter positions. You don't really take that much damage per every single shot. But opens and semis is about getting past that mid-game, past that random early-game spawn fight you might have. Sometimes you fall privy to just taking a little bit too much damage, reaching over a bit too far. That being said, it was kind of a masterclass from P-God all across NA East on catching up, on holding your position on leaderboards. It was just really cool to watch.
Today could be a completely different day for a lot of these players, right? Thanks to shout out to Prodigy Analytics. 22 players who qualified yesterday are back today. So we're seeing a pretty big shakeup, and people coming into today, Acorn, Niddle, Booga, Reverse, Aspect, Assault, just to name a handful of these players that you guys at home are probably very familiar with. It's going to be a pretty intense day. My biggest question is, we know kind of classically NA East tends to start slow and then pick up and ramp up toward the end. But what we watched from Benji today is the same thing happened for him on Europe yesterday. He started slow, game 2, started to pick up a little bit, game 3, immediately foot on the gas. Do you think some of these guys in NA East are going to say, look, we just need to start strong. If I have not qualified, I need to be like a Benji Fishy. I just need to go for it. And at worst, it's my first game, and I still have 5 left to go. What do you guys think?
Well, I don't think Benji necessarily started slow in either of the days. He actually had probably his 2 better opening tournament performances, being able to get a couple of eliminations, but securing placements, I think, is the biggest thing for him. It's about getting in the flow of the game and not getting knocked out early, which I think is going to be the story for NA East as well. If you're able to get in, secure your drop spot, either win an initial fight the first couple and maybe force that player away, or at least force that player to acquiesce a little bit more space, and you get a little bit more room and a little bit more loot off of your drop spot, then you can all of a sudden climb yourself up the leaderboard. And as we've seen, as long as you're kind of in that top 5, top 10 after the first 3 games, you're plenty able to, over the course of 3 games, rocket your way up to first.
Yeah, like starting off too fast, I feel like is a trap, and a lot of people fall into it. I mean, we saw it a little bit in EU. The top 10 was very volatile. We didn't really see them afterwards that much. I think Benji might have been one of the only people who stayed in that top 10 and then eventually got first. Really impressive. But Sundown's right. You want to be able to get your playstyle locked down, get your drop secured, get those first 3 games really good, and then start to push, take more risks, understand your environment before you start to play around in it really hard. I feel like Arvike did that yesterday. It was really impressive. First time we even saw him even play out on all aspects of the actual Fortnite map, the range off the battle bus. But I want to see who's going to rise up today, take that big star slot, and really pop off on NA East.
How many players have come to the mountain ready with the sword that is needed to walk their way to the top, right? And let's not forget, we also have series points to talk about, right? A lot of these players, it's going to be 50 players from every single round 3 that will move on to the heats, but there's also series points available for some of these players. So if someone you're looking for, that you're cheering on, doesn't make it, and if they play well and consistently, they may still see qualifying through those series points. Of course, guys, we are getting ready. Don't you even worry about it. Be into games as soon as we possibly can be. Now, guys, of course, we're going to have some of our awesome casters here that we get to say hello to in just a moment. Final question for you guys here. Do you guys feel, and we kind of touched on this in EU, but in case people didn't kind of tune in, Shy, you actually streamed yesterday and kind of talked about that new POI, Coral Castle. And I want to know from you, do you think that is making some new strategies happen here in the FNCS, or you think it might not be quite what we expect it to be?
I mean, you can make it, but I feel like it's breaking everyone's dreams when you're landing there to the get-go. We discussed it a little bit. I feel like it's a nice central hub to rotate to and from other POIs around it. Like, just dash right in and get out. But a lot of people are trying to own that spot. I don't feel like it's a spot to own. So we'll see exactly how people attack that POI today.
Man, here we go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to kick things off. So let's send it over to our casters for the block of NA East. We've got Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics. Gentlemen, take it away.
And there you have it. Thank you so very much, Zeke. The boys at the desk. We'll be tuning in with you after every single game. It's, of course, Monster D-Face here and Aussie Antics. We're back for that NA East action. Aussie, you tuned out a little early yesterday. Let's do a little catch-up, man. How's your day going right now?
Day's going amazing. I'm excited for the games. I don't want to delay it anymore. The games are ready to go, so we'll throw straight into them. I can't wait for this. NA East, the big Titans. Let's see who can take it home.
Here we have it, guys. That's right. The battle bus is underway. It's going to be game 1 for day 2 of NA East right here. Let's not forget what's on the line right now. It's the top 50 that move on to break their way into the heats here. We're kicking things off with Reverse 2K, a legend from the Summer Skirmish days, the earliest days of Fortnite competitive.
Yeah, I'm seeing early days. I also saw Cease in the feed picking up an elimination, which is already changing things up from yesterday. There's new players in here, but we have the old players, right? Cease did phenomenal yesterday. Going into those last final games, he had the highest average placement of anyone, but I just saw him get an elimination on a new name that I didn't see yesterday. So that means already those new people are coming in and shaking up his drop, and we see a Zervo and Class here now going toe-to-toe in a fight that, Monster, you and me watched yesterday at this new kind of, I think it's like a big broken building just to the north of Coral Castle, and things are kind of replaying out like yesterday, but I reckon there's gonna be some shakeups.
There's definitely gonna be some shakeups. Let's not forget that Ozervo did qualify yesterday and he requalified today, so his game 1 is not going too hot. Neither did his run yesterday. He only came 93rd overall, so already off to that same track as yesterday, right? Falling off the drop spot, not quite finding his gear and his footing. We're gonna see if today is gonna be his redemption story. I mean, yes, he's already pulled through to the final days, but remember, all he's earning at this point is series points. He's going to need top 50 if he wants to secure his way all the way through.
Yeah, that's the hard part. Is game 1 maybe coming into this, Azervo thought he maybe had that drop to himself. I can't remember who was dropping on him yesterday. I think it was actually Aspect. So maybe he thought coming into today, I'll have this drop to myself. It's a different day, but no, there's someone else there ready to take it. As we see Booger at Rickety Rig, a drop that I know, Monster, you and me are familiar with, as we talked about it quite a lot yesterday. This is obviously the drop where Arkram had his legendary run on NA West DreamHack Finals, where he absolutely decimated the competition. He came out on top in big points, and now let's see if Booger can do it here as well. It's a phenomenal drop.
I mean, it is a good drop, and just to what we're noticing right now, no one's landing on it, right? So Booga's got the championship roadmap played out in front of him. Like, quite literally, all he has to do is take the strategy that Arkram created, developed, and put it into play. This is a big opportunity for Booga, who didn't qualify yesterday. He didn't make it this far in the solo series. So to see him here today, if he can pull home that top 50, that's going to be massive. If not, he's also going to be, reliant or dependent on playing for series points up until the next opportunity is up in the air for grabs. So it's about getting that pressure, right? Getting this qualification out of the way. That way you can ease up and just play to your strong suits.
Yeah, it's those big names. It's like Booger, it's like Scope. They have a lot of pressure on them, right? Booger, a World Cup Solos winner. You know he feels that pressure. If he doesn't qualify for a major tournament, he streams. You know what his Twitch chat looks like what everyone looks like on social media. Why is Booger not playing? You start hear those kind of wash creep out, and it must put pressure on them. So Booger, I'm sure he wants to have a big performance here today and show how good he really is. As Scope trying to show how good he really is here, and he does. Takes down Cracked straight into the box. Beautiful play by Scopes. That aggression we're used to seeing, and it's going to be those players they talked about in the early game. We saw Shio, obviously, and Sundown break it down with Zeke, coming out in that Benji Fishy style, right? Foot on the gas straight away, and looks like Scoped is taking that style.
He is one of the cleanest with it. But we're jumping over to the other side of the map now, guys. We're tuning in with Elige, who's hiding out, camping out inside of a building right now, just trying to get his placement on. Let's not forget, guys, placement starts getting divvied out at 75th place and below. So you pretty much want to hold out for a little bit as you can. Nearby, though, footsteps are being heard, so Elige on awareness mode, full on. Hairs prickling up here like an animal on defense, and yes, he's going to find Box here, who had no shield. So unfortunate. This is the second time now, Ozzy, we've seen someone who has qualified 2 days in a row get taken out, and both of which did not do very well yesterday. So Box and Ozervo now off to very, very bad starts.
And also worth pointing out there, Elige taken on maybe P-God's thing there. Obviously, P-God won yesterday. We talked about one of the Timbers guys, obviously out of South America. We also have Elige, also out of South America there. Maybe having like, hey, P-God was here yesterday. He did really well. I'm going to give it a go. I know they've played together before. I know they know each other well. So maybe taking like a feather out of his hat, seeing how this drop spot works out. And so far, he's doing well with it. And then we're tuning back into Cease, which is pretty much just a mirror replay of what we saw yesterday, right? Monster Cease had authority on lockdown yesterday.
Yeah, he was king of this grapple here, and when he didn't get it, he just grabbed the crash pads and kind of boogied on out. He played to his strengths, which was placement throughout the course of the day. I want to say he had some of the highest placement without the frags to back it up, but you know, we got the team in the back. We'll see if any of those you know, statements I'm making right now are true. But regardless of what, Cease was very, very passive. I think at one point we tuned in, he was in third place with only 4 eliminations total. So it shows you that with the grapple, he knows how to play for endgame. He's going to capitalize on placement every single time.
Yeah, I think it was either going into game 4 or 5. You had an average placement of 7.5. So you got to think 4 or 5 games of the most stacked lobbies in NA East, and he's averaging a top 8 finish. It was incredible. And because of that grappler, because of that utility, that one mythic item that no one else has, he was able to make those end games consistently and not need to go for those elimination refreshes that a lot of other players do, right? So he had that grappler. We saw how good he was end game, using the grapple gun to go from box to box, just keep moving forward, not using those, you know, 100, 200 mats that other players maybe need to go forward. So he didn't need those refreshes. He is playing perfectly to his style.
And just to put the difficulty of this entire tournament in perspective for you guys, only 50% of the top 10 from yesterday, which is 5 players, re-qualified for today. So players that literally took the victory yesterday, like P-God, players that came second, like Bucky, they didn't qualify for this series today, right? They didn't make it that far. They could not get it past the second qualifier. So it just shows you that the nature of the lobbies are very stacked. The competition is high, and we're looking at the actual top percentage, the percentile of NA East in action right now. And if you're just tuning in, this is game 1 here. So we're in for a long, nice set of games right now.
Yeah, we got those 6 games to really flesh it out with a point format that does reward consistency. I know those 7. Oh, Stowe cut off my thought process. Stowe, has he not seen him? He hasn't seen him. He gets beamed down, 93 damage. Did not see the player, but never mind. Hits back with a shotgun. Stowe puts him on the back foot. Now they're both going to have that breathing room, and that shot is so important. If someone beams you up and they start to aggressively push on you, landing that shotgun shot that's going to push them back so you have time to get your meds off. But no, never mind. The hunter has become the hunted. Stowe gets in here. This player is low. He takes him down. Lee Will goes down here to Stowe, and that was such a clinical finish from him. Stowe reacted a bit slowly to the shots, got the builds up, but then reacted incredibly quickly with the shotgun. Now he has these crash pads. You see what he's doing here. He has spare crash pads in the inventory. If you don't know how these items work, didn't quite get it right there, but if you throw the crash pad onto another crash pad, it will bounce the exact distance that you would if you jumped on it. So what he did was throw the 3 crash pads ahead to make this rotate a little bit faster, and then refresh with the remaining 3 crash pads. It's all about getting to the zone as efficiently as possible, because as you can see here on your mini map in the bottom right, there's quite a few people waiting for him when he gets in. We see that little yellow marker out there in the zone on the right. That is him.
That's true, and good point here. Someone who's right outside the outer edge pose here is going to fat Cal with a couple beams. You see how that burst rifle can put in some serious damage, especially with the upgraded fire rate. Hold up, someone's trying to play Loot Goblin here, though, looking to snatch up some of what isn't his, using that harpoon. One of the most underrated in the solo setting, and you're seeing it put to use here just a little bit. I want to say he managed to snatch something out of this, but it's all right. Pose still is going to manage to secure the bulk of the loot. And with the refresher, yep, he's able to build in nice and safe, give himself a nice comfortable tarp on the way in, possibly save or build his entire way in because they were very close in the zone. Stretch making his debut here in the final stages of qualification towards heats now. And it looks like he's losing this fight here to Susumu Omori. He's on the back footing from what we saw just tuning in from the wide shot there. He only had about 20, maybe less or so HP.
Zone at their back as well. Stretch obviously dropping at Misty Meadows. He takes that kind of eastern side of Misty Meadows, and he did so well at a DreamHack NA East Finals. Ended up winning at that drop spot. So like I said, first time we've seen him here in the FNCS final situation with a chance to qualify for heats. He actually came in at 100th. So it just shows that, again, we've talked about how fierce this competition is. He's managed to win a stacked tournament with a very similar format, and then wasn't able to qualify even into finals yesterday, and only just qualified into finals today. But he is one of those players that really shines in these stacked lobbies. If he can try and maybe get through this rotation, I think he's going to have a consistent day. But maybe, again, the preparation that goes into this is not quite there. DreamHack, they had that ability to look at who qualified, who's dropping where, who's near me. With today, we touched on it yesterday, Monster. They go from their heats, they go from their semifinals straight into this finals with an hour break. There's not really a lot of time to figure out that gameplay style. So maybe Stretch is going to have to adapt a little bit today and change up the style that has worked for him so well in the past.
Yeah, it's about being flexible that limited amount of time you have to actually study who's making it on in, who's going to be at your drop spot, is the make or break difference. If someone, or if your drop spot just so happens to be contested, that's a difference maker. We know that having that little bit of freedom in the early game can be the difference maker into securing your way to grand finals. But we'll see, though. Stretch is one of the few players that has a very strong mentality and the game style and play to back it up. But on the other perspective here, Elise, who caught the cheeky first one onto Box, is now going to find a second onto Sprays. That's such a good find for him. 2 strong points here for the Timbers, Elise.
I want to Sprays there as well, going really aggressive for what is an airdrop. I would have liked to maybe see what his loot was going into that fight, because that's a very questionable push, I'd say. Like, I wouldn't expect a lot of players to make that push. Someone built up on top of an airdrop, you have no information on their health or meds or what situation they're in, and then just aggressively pushing them for, I guess, what is potentially a guaranteed airdrop and maybe something else you might need, maybe some meds. But Elish making quick work of him now, and Elish is going to go into this endgame with 2 types of rotation. We've been talking a lot about like the ideal loadouts. Me and Monster were talking about it a lot yesterday. And most players are sticking to what we talked about with the shotgun, the assault rifle, usually crash pads or peppers, and then 2 forms of meds. But here we have Elise running 2 forms of mobility, so he's only got those 2 minis spare, unfortunately. But if he can use that mobility that he's carrying properly, he will avoid that damage and not need the meds. So it's going to be about playing smart here for Elise, because if he gets shot too many times, if he takes too many tags, he is going to be looking a lot worse very quickly with only 2 minis.
I love that he just sit there and thought long and hard whether or not he wanted that compact, and ultimately he's going to end up leaving it for more of the other tools. But Kanata is on pressure here. He's going to actually open up the cone. That's probably the riskiest thing you can do when you're inside of a box, but it's going to play off into his favor. These crash pads coming on through are not going to break him out, not just yet. Time to heal off, though. 60 HP. The damage was traded and exchanged. Kanata's in a point right now in the game where he possibly needs to find this frag. He probably needs to fully commit into something if he wants to bounce back. I'm not sure if the passiveness is going to be able to play off here. He's only 89 damage above the Storm Surge, so this time around he should be A-okay. But moving into the deeper trenches of this game, he's got a serious threat on his back looming right now. Take a look at this.
I thought he was looking
to find a massive find here.
That's huge. I thought he was kind of tarping over there to go for like maybe an elimination or an edge zone on a weaker opponent, but no, he saw those meds. Who leaves 2 slurpfish and 3 minis just lying around? Kanata absolutely blessed right now. That is all he needed to make the end game. Everything else was looking good except for those meds. And see Priyan gets straight in onto Binky with the third party coming out. Priyan just walks straight in there on the edge of the zone. Sometimes those fights are a little bit easy to close out on edge zone. It's not where you often want to take a long fight, but if you can get in, it's where those weak opponents are. And Priyan, he has the infinite chug. He doesn't have Ocean's Burst assault rifle, so obviously multiple people going Fortilla. It is that mythic drop spot more so than any that can really healthily sustain probably 4 even to 5 people sometimes in solos. So Priyan just making his way back through these tarps, but he's just got that infinite chug. It's such a good thing to have in the back pocket for these stacked games when you're trading out shots a lot for Storm Surge and you're taking damage and you can just sit back and use the meds and then they refresh. If you guys don't know how the infinite chug works, it's the only mythic medicinal item in the game. It has I believe 30-second cooldown or 45 monster, but it will give you full health and full shield, and then it will regenerate and you can use it again after that cooldown finishes.
I'm just more impressed with the fact that Priyan's got this to himself now. If you think about it, Dubs didn't qualify in, so this could be Priyan's day, right? You have one of the best players, arguably, in a solo setting on the NA East region, not in the game right now. So Priyan looking to do big things here now. He's going to find Knifer. That's another notable NA East pro right there. And that's going to be a huge drop for Priyan. What's that? His 3rd point now in the tournament, because placement has been being slowly but surely given out here. Susumo is on the other side of the barrel, though, waiting with his charged shotgun.
Yeah, it's good. It's also interesting to see that he was holding the peppers, not the crash pads. I'm sure at Fortilla he would have found some crash pads, and he found some more in that elimination too. So maybe prioritizing those peppers over the crash pads, which we haven't seen too much. Kanata possibly looking like he's about to go into this box. Ooh, I saw him holding out the crash pad. I thought he is. He might be. He's going in. I don't know who this is. He gets in the box with the shotgun. Doesn't fire the charge shotgun. He doesn't get it off. That is such a misplay by Kanata. Pandush taking him down. He had the charged shotgun in hand, and it's an issue we're seeing a lot of players come into. That muscle memory using the charged shotgun. It has a delay. He charged the shotgun up. He got into the box, but I think he tried to switch weapons too quickly without actually having fired the shotgun, and that is a big misplay from Kanata.
Let's not forget, Kanata was 3rd place yesterday, so his solo game is on top right now. Here's a look at Acorn, though, who placed 1st in round 2. He had the 2nd most eliminations and the least played games. He only played 4 games, Ozzy, and he qualified first place with 68 points. So 4
with the
full
second
end
most
games.
eliminations.
Yes.
Wow.
With a victory royale.
Damn, that's a good performance by Acorn. Obviously changing up his playstyle here, rightfully so. Can't keep following that aggressive playstyle, but I've been very impressed by Acorn and Jacques, especially in duos as well, over the last few seasons. Probably one of the most consistent duos that I've seen, up there with names like Rogue Shark and Knight, that I think are just outside the cusp of being those big names, right? They haven't just had that top tier placing that really gets you the attention of the community, but playing so consistently well. So this could be Acorn's day, and we see that legendary pistol being put to use. A topic of conversation we had a bit yesterday as well, Monster. A lot of people have been talking about the pistol versus the assault rifle.
That's right. That pistol making its way, man, shining on through. I think Arkham really put a big flashlight onto that, right? Illuminating the pistol in the darkness here, because it wasn't quite the favorite before, but I think now the pros are starting to see the benefits of having a high fire rate weapon with a quick recharge for the first shot accuracy. On the other hand, though, you have Aliens playing the bush here. He's going to find a little tag through, and now this is a battle on a full rotate. So the focus from the rest of the lobby is going to be high here because they're moving on into the new zone. And yes, he's going to lose one of the elims here, but now has to fully commit into the next one, Ozzy. And it's not looking too hot for him. He's going to have to back up and heal up.
Yeah, the 27 builds is what I've got the issue with. He's got 3 crash pads, got the launch pad. He can make next zone if he wants to, but it's kind of a now or never situation. He gets in. He does. Uses the crash pad to go straight through the box, and COD Genesis goes down here. It's just, we're seeing these crash pads. I don't know whether when crash pads were invented or like when they were put into the game, I would have thought they'd be used in such a way. They're such a good way to break the builds and just fly into someone's box, and Aliens gets a massive refresh. What I was going to mention there was they were both white heals as well. Neither of them had any shield, so any shot of damage which was going to show they were whites meant that the lobby was going to focus them.
Absolutely. And look at this, guys. We got ourselves a nicely paced game right now. 54 players remaining coming in to zone number 5. In 10 seconds, going to reveal itself. And this is where things are really going to pick up. We're going to see that first iteration of half in, half out. Just judging by the way the players are spread up here, I mean, it's looking good, and it's looking great for Scope now. He's going to find the massive impact elimination to cap off his loot and material. And he's got a big decision because this zone is pulling the furthest that it can possibly pull from Scoped.
Yeah, I was going to say, Pandosh there not getting too lucky. He got lucky the first time. Kanata, a very rare whiff from him, missing his shotgun shot or not firing at all, but Scoped, he's not going to make the same mistake Kanata did. Got in the box and finished him off. But he did have those crash pads you mentioned. It's a very far zone, but he has a lot of mobility. He has a lot of materials, and he has those floppers too. So he can maybe take a bit more time if he gets towards one of those edge zones and wait a bit. But in these stack lobbies, this is a hard rotate. Look how many players have to make this edge. 52 people. You see them clustered around that edge. They're going to be looking around, looking for that recyclable mobility. It was a big topic of yesterday. Crash pads and launch pads have added so much recyclable utility to the game that when you use them, unless you're popping the crash pads as you go, quite often they're left lying around. So other players who don't have that mobility can follow the same rotation path that you just laid down.
Players have to be careful rotating in now as Entropy here. That's a great line of sight onto the remaining of the field. This tree actually working against him right now, blocking a bit of his line of sight on the height that could be above him. And for that reason, he's going to have to shoot the guy in front. And oh my gosh, such a free pickup onto Latisse here, who only had 30 HP when rotating in. So it's going to be a big one for him. On the other hand, though, Cease already off to an elimination this time around. This is a great start. He's on a strong pace here to finish or kick things off in the right direction, especially with the grappler, especially with how much material he still has in the game. That's going to be a second elimination onto Felix now. And this is a massive turn of events for Cease, who had the least amount of elims on average out of the top 5 from yesterday.
He's already got 2 here, but they're such easy eliminations. One was on spawn, didn't get to see how that went down, but now he's just put himself in a great position with that grappler gun. He's just using that legendary AR. Now we're seeing Booger, and also worth noting as well, Scopes did not make that rotation as well. No matter how much mobility he had, he was not able to make that far rotation. He went down just inside that top 50, so he did get the top 75, top 50 placement, and the 2 eliminations we saw. So not a bad game, but definitely far from a good game as well as Booger. Someone looking to have a good game. 0 eliminations, but 2 points on the board from placement. Has the 3 crash pads and the launch pad. He's just cheeky. He's just looking at his Dorito cone. That's a really nice peek. I haven't seen too many people do this. Breaks the launch pad, which makes this player have to be further in zone, trying to hold these players that are rotating a little bit late. He's probably going to have to drop out and use his launch pad very soon to start making this. He's only 25 above Storm Surge, and it's looking like Storm Surge might just go active today as well.
Definitely in this zone, it probably will, as 30 seconds remain for 11 players to fall now. Not sure how this tower is going to crumble, but Bugha is on one right now. He's hunting for the elimination. Yes, he's going to find one onto Zombie, who's trying to rotate out. Another eye spotted, though, and someone who's trying to rotate through. And that's going to be a white tag, and it's his wall. Yes, Roat's going to fall as well to the World Cup champion. And now 37 players in the game. Bugha far and ahead of the Storm Surge is not a single problem. He's going to hop over an enemy now, play that mid layer. And I think it's time to start looking up for hype because he might have it secured here.
Oh, the issue is going to be that Shockwave launcher. We saw how strong it was yesterday. Kit's mythic Shockwave launcher just comes in clutch in these end games. If you go for higher ground and you don't have it, there's a very good chance you're going into zone very quickly. But the one thing I'm noticing in Bugha's kit he does not have is the 17 builds. That's all he's got to his name. Needs a bit more material. But Cease, on the other end of things, like I said, with that grappler gun in hand, 137 builds left. He is looking amazing as he just uses this grapple to save those materials. He'll play this style every day. This is a low zone with very little verticality. There's not a lot of mountains. There's not a lot of hills. He can just keep going through on ultra low right now and just save as many mats as possible and then keep grappler gunning. He's playing this mythical item to perfection.
Not only that, he's conserving his chug splashes right now. The boldness from Cease here to decide now, like, you know, I can find the frag, I can find a siphon, and he's actually playing for that because he can easily chug splash, and he had the opportunity to before. Now, though, the threat is rising closer and closer as he is getting deeper into the zone, playing some weird elevation now, though he's on the low. I think he's got a player behind his wall. Yes! And there it is. It's Divine. And just like that, holding on to the splash is probably going to play off here because, yes, he can fully cap off just a little bit more now. On the other side of the perspective, though, Rihan, Bugha still in the game, Azers, Kaz, all of which are NA East Titans on the field here, still in this end game, still stacking on top of one another. I see Elige in the game as well. He's on the lowest layers.
I see Stretch. Stretch has made it through. He did get out of that risky situation. He made his rotate through. Bugha on the backside, though, not someone to count out. He has an insane clutch factor as he shoot in with Aero, who has that pepper already popped and has one in the back pocket, too. So he has that increased mobility. If it looks like Aero's going fast, it's because he is the pepper, the only item in the game that increases your movement speed for a short period of time. He is just going to be using that to hook it through these boxes to go to frontside and pick up these eliminations. He also still has that compact SMG as well. So he has got a very good kit to play aggressive and pick up some eliminations. 20 builds left, though, so needs to maybe find a bit of a refresh here, and that's what he's looking for. Trying to use that speed to phase through. Goes in off the stair as well. He goes in and takes down Elige, who goes down in 13th. A great performance from him, but Aero having a phenomenal performance now on the ultra low. Trying to see what else he can do. And he does. He drops in, takes down Rihan, who had no idea he was above him, or there was nothing he could do to stop it.
That was massive right there. The fourth elimination. Someone who's still in the game, though. Stretch and Kaz, I can still see lighting up the feed here. But Aero with the frags, and not only that, he was able to get all the material off of it. So he is looking so strong in the low ground here. Also, one of the few with max HP and putting it to great use here. Pose is going to fall as well right after trading out for Cease. So Cease breaking his way into top 8. Can Aero do it again? Yes, he is. And it's on to Azers this time around. But it's a top 5 situation for him. It's coming down to the final moments. The edit opens up, and no, he whiffs the shotgun shot. He falls to Stowe, and we're in a 3-way situation now, Ozzy.
It's Stretch, Stowe, and Keox. Keox is on the high ground. I have to think he has that shockwave launcher because he has not lost that high ground at all. Stretch has won clutched up so many games like this. Knockdown to Storm, comes through, gets the siphon onto Stowe. It keeps him going. He has rockets. Does he go with the crash pad? He lands the shot off the crash pad. Can he make it 2 for 2? He doesn't. 10 health and no, he can't make it back into the Storm. He's just shy, and Keox wins this game on high ground, and we see the caddy launcher coming out on top once again. 6 eliminations.
Everyone who made it into top 5, though, popped off. That leaderboard is going to be looking so close. No one is safe. And that is how the end game is going to crumble here. But don't worry, we have the best of the best to break it down. So I'm going to throw it over to Zeke at the main desk.
Thank you guys for that. You are too kind. Of course, we got the best of the best here. It's not me. What are you talking about? Sundown, Shia Wager. We're getting ready to talk about all things that happened in that game. What a crazy ending. This feels very reminiscent of EU's games, right? We had Aero in that low ground saying 6 eliminations to start the tournament. Yes, I would like to do that. We saw that final 1v1 where, I mean, Stretch went for it, and I give props, right? Because in those situations, you have to make the plays. Unfortunately, I feel like the angle didn't quite work out for him.
It was a tough angle, but ultimately, I think he was trying to use the resources he had. Let's see where it ended up landing him on the standings with that second place, because he also racked off a number of eliminations there. Yes, the 6 elims is in the second place, putting him up into second. Keox with that first place, and also 6 elims in first. And then you mentioned Arrow on that low ground run with the 6 elims in third place at 15 points right now.
Yeah, I have a high expectations for this top 10 now. I really want to see where these guys end up next game, because we know what happens. Game 1 sometimes is a curse. Even the person who wins that first game is nowhere to be seen. That's not the typical story for NA East, because that's kind of how Europe went down earlier today. Usually these guys are captains of the region, but still big expectations for these guys. On the second page, we've got Stretch's dual partner, or ex-dual partner, Booga, who's still there. I gotta drop that storyline too, because these guys are kind of separating and doing their own things, having their own placements, cup to cup, tournament to tournament, and they're still looking so good. 13th place for Booga, second for Stretch overall.
I think that's the first time Booga's ever been referred to as Stretch's duo partner, rather than, you know, like World Cup champion Booga or any of the other titles you could aspire to him. As we now flip on over to the page there, but Stretch again stealing the show. Right now, your Divine, Kid Sprite, Assault, 999 aliens. That's a lot of them. Ronnie Boy, Clarity recently getting signed to Ghost Gaming, A1 Sid, Aspects, Sen, and their Sentinels aspect, apologies. E11's Daxor, and then Scoped rounding out the top 30. And you can see just a couple of points after the first game, but still plenty of Fortnite to be played.
Yeah, Nico's here too. Really cool to see that after the interview in different tournaments, he's still one of those new players who's fighting for a shot at the top for recognition, for legend status. 36 right now. He's close to qualifying for the next round anyways. Past that as well, Rokane, who we saw earlier yesterday, still here. Again, 49th place, trying to hold people back. Coop, the endgame specialist, overall in 41st. 3 points for the top 50. That is the pace set right now.
21 points, being that threshold we've seen now 3 whole broadcasts in a row. And that is where we're looking and expecting top 50 to end up on the day. So a lot of these players, especially here on the cusp, they already have 3 points banked. Now, what they need to do is keep this going, though. They need to keep the momentum up, and they need to look to try and put some pieces together and rack up as many eliminations or placement-heavy games as possible. Now, guys, of course, that was absolutely exciting. A lot of big names there. Non-world champion Booga, not him. Stretch's dual partner Booga. I'm very excited to see if he can kind of show up, because we're looking for those performances, right? We're looking to see who can kind of break into that top leaderboard there. Now, of course, one big thing we have to talk about is the series points and how that may affect the top 50, right? Because if these players don't make it in, what kind of consistency factor do they need to have? Because a lot of this, and this actually can segue to my next question, Fortnite is a building game, right? If you're going to build your foundation on the mythic POIs or non-mythic POIs, how do these two things kind of merge together?
Yeah, and I think a real key way of looking at this is the 2 drop spots off of the start. First, we're going to hop on board here with Keox, who opts to go for one of the outside chests around Caddy, takes advantage of RC Plague, who opted to hit one of the secret passages right away, and then immediately goes looking for the other player who is right here. You can see him trying to find an angle just to put that AR to work, since it is the only weapon he was able to get his hands on, but getting the drop on his opponent and then able to close the gap is going to secure him control over this early POI.
That caddy corner will always have someone contesting it, especially in one of those first games. Yes, going uncontested later on, or maybe in a game 4 or 5 spot, Keox will take time to both get this mythic loot and the vault opened up, everything situated before he moves out. That's kind of expected though, because the items you get from this POI are so important, so just powerful too. You saw him win out that last game in quick fashion. The question is though, where was our second place candidate, the man who was trying to fight for that top spot? He's in a much faster POI, Misty Metals, towards the left side. He gets to take out Jamper immediately. He doesn't have to really fight for a big vault or kind of a henchman, a big boss to take out. He can just loot up house to house, classic Fortnite style, and then get his foundation that way in moving forward to endgame.
Yeah, and I think one of the keys there is noting in Misty Meadows, he had so many other players around him that he's still not necessarily one of those more free POIs, just because of how much loot is there and where central it is on the map. But this was the big key elimination, picking up that Chug Jug right on the edge of the zone, allowing for him to take these trades and be a little more aggressive when going box to box, when he knows he has space to retreat, which is what you see right here, setting himself up for the end game and taking these key fights with a launch pad and doing what Stretch does best, honestly, and that's these clutch, close quarter fights on the edge of Storm, and he's able to execute so incredibly well. And you can see here, 0 builds left, just has the crash pads and still trying to make plays, but up on top was Keox, who was able to just fend him off.
Yeah, and this is kind of like the story of both POIs. Stretch being so much more dynamic, comfortable to go into boxes with crash pads, not really having much loot to lose, versus Keox having mythic POI loot, kind of getting a little bit risky with situations where you might not want to get into them and lose that big weapon, lose the game basically for free. So it's nice to see those two different points of view when you're playing this game.
Points of view, there you go. Breaking it down. Thank you, Sundown. Thank you, Shy Wager, for that. And of course, guys, we're going to get ready to hop back into our games. But what we need to do is send it back over to our casters, Monster D-Phase, Aussie Antics. Let's get ready to hop into game number 2 of the FNCS here in NA East.
And just like that, you guys heard it, the breakdown of how everything is unfolding here. It's getting very interesting as Stretch is looking to claw his way back up. There's a reason he's at the top of this food chain. He was looking to pull a nostalgic Benji this morning. I saw him do the same thing with the crash pad. He almost pulled off a crazy clip there with the crash pad on height.
He almost did, but Keox is back at Caddy and has one Caddy again. That is going to be massive. That is one of the biggest stories unfolding in competitive Fortnite right now. When you get the Caddy launcher, your chance to win the game. This is Kid's Mythic Shockwave launcher, sorry, as well, for any casuals at home. It gives you such a better chance to win the game, but can you get it consistently? Can you walk out of caddy corners consistently enough where the games that you win or do well because of it is enough to outbalance the games where you go down early? But Keox now has it in the first 2 games. He has it a second time round 2, but as you see on the screen, Clix is now in a fight at his home, Pleasant Park, trying to find his way through, and he does, takes down Abo. A very, very clean fight from Clix. You expect nothing less from one of the best box fighters in the world.
Yeah, Clix is so clean with it, especially when he battles here in his hometown. You can just feel the confidence surging out of his play style here. He's known to win this drop spot almost consistently as well. As of late, recently, focusing his way up towards that doghouse right there, and you'll see it plays into his favor. Someone, on the other hand, though, that we've been keeping an eye out on is Mero, and Mero's hiding out just behind this cabin shack over here. Hexy has to be super careful because Mero will lay down the beams and jump into that box, and that's what he's going to do here, letting the headshot, body shot follow up, and Hexy forced onto defense now. Crash Pad's coming in offensively from the skybox. Hold up, he's trying to set up for the big push now.
Yeah, this player's got some confidence to just crash pad through the sky like that. It's a risky play, especially with charged shotguns in the game. You're kind of leaving yourself as an open target in the sky, but no, gets in, and there it is, Mero. It's your mate, Mero, who has been playing so well aggressively over the last couple days. He's now double qualified, but can't find it on Hex, as Hex now hits him with the emote. That's the back-to-back emotes we've now seen in the last 2 eliminations. Remember, there is 4 different chances to qualify for these heats if they want to go into heats, so they've got to try and put a stamp down on their authority. They're saying, hey man, like if you come here, I'm gonna put you in the Taj.
I do agree. Mero gets punished for the aggression there, and that's a rough way to kick the day off. Regardless, though, on the other side, we have Trent's man pushing through. He's actually going to sneak through that build right there. Oh, for a second, I thought he was going to catch him fully off guard, but the aggression, right? Backing this player down into a corner, and yeah, there's nowhere you can run. I'm sorry, Divine. You've been around for a while, but this is Trent Man's house now, and he's looking to play on full aggressively, but wait a second. Now having to crash pad his way backwards here. I think he's trapped in a corner as well.
I've never seen someone just walk forward so effortlessly through so many builds, just kept pushing forward. But there's another player here as well. So Trendman securing that elimination quickly, probably knew he had to close this fight out fast, as there is this other player above him who could have come in and possibly stolen the elimination or made the fight a lot uglier. I believe this looks like it is at Lazy in that little like kind of, yeah, it is. It's the hallway between the 2 buildings at Lazy. So there's a lot of permanent builds and it's very, very hard to get out of there. So that kind of tunnel down there connects those 2 buildings. So unless you're at one end, so what was happening is Trendman backs Divine up against that wall, and that Rocane was above Divine, so he couldn't go up and he couldn't go back through Trentman. So beautiful positioning and play by him to kind of close that one out.
Yeah, it could have been really bad too, right? Remember, he walked through all those enemy builds, so not having an exit route there could have been super bad for him, but it is going to work out, and it's going to be Rocane on the other side of the barrel here, who's also going to get away with it. Lazy Lake, one of the more centered positions on the map. And not too far off is Caddy's Corner here, where the mythic items of kits spawn. It's Stowe who's over here. You can hear the grunting coming out of the AI, the henchmen and whatnot that hang out around here. That's okay. Stowe's got a nice little upgraded loadout too, right? The power shotgun, that tactical purple shotgun, and the peppers for rotation, a balanced heal set. This is looking very good for Stowe.
It is. That's why Caddy Corners is an interesting drop, because it does have that very kind of delineated like north and south sections where if you don't get Kit spawning on your side, which is obviously the mythic boss at that drop, if he doesn't spawn on your side, you can walk away with a lot of loot without having to fight the opponent that's on the other side, right? So Stowe obviously didn't engage in a fight with Keox. Keox got Kit, he got the Vault, he got the Shockwave Launcher, he got the shotgun, but Stowe's walking away with what is a loadout that almost any other player in this lobby would be very happy to have. So he walks out passively with a very good loadout to show for it.
On the other hand, though, it's the authority battle that's been unfolding for days now for Cease. Game after game, he's found his successes here. He's looking to continue the story for him right now. He's got the drum gun. He's got the upgraded charged shotgun here in his inventory. It's all the confidence that he needs, and he's doing something that's kind of unprecedented as of late for Cease gameplay. It's taken early game fights, and he's on the hunt right now, so you can tell the confidence is completely oozing out of him right now, as he is standing strong in the top 10 here. Hold up, though. He's going to go through the box. And yes, taking one from the book of Mr. Savage, he cuts right through and cuts right down that opponent.
It's just, you can see the confidence you had from him there. We're seeing a different kind of play style here from Cease. Doesn't hit the emote. He knows that he just styled on him so hard that he doesn't even need to emote to stamp his authority on authority. Cease playing so well. And this could be the confidence, but it could also be the knowledge. Cease is a smart competitive player who's been around for a very long time. Yesterday was all about qualifying. It was top 50. That's what his eyes were on. He got his top 50. He is qualified. Maybe today now, he hasn't got as much to lose. He wants to try and make sure this player does not come back in heats or finals and try to contest the games that matter even more to him. Or he's just trying, he's got his eyes on that big prize pool maybe. He's thinking, hey, I don't need to come top 50 now. I want to come first. I want to take home that $3,000, and he's going to need these elims to do it. But that was a very clean elimination. And also worth pointing out, Cease was actually hiding the Vault card under that brick cone after he got that elimination, so he could carry that extra item. He didn't want to carry the key card around. His idea was 100% to eliminate that opponent, then open the Vault. There was no attempt to open the Vault and get out.
That's right. It's all of the above for Cease right now, who, like you said, with a little bit less pressure on the shoulders, is playing out of his mind. Stretch, on the other hand, though, has a lot more on his mind this time around. Like we said, he only eased his way in through 100th place, right? Narrowly slipping through the cracks to make it on here to today's day 2. But hold up, Nico.
Ooh.
He has an idea someone might be above. No, actually, he has not a single idea. Jamer isn't moving at all. Just sitting behind this cabinet up top, this wardrobe. He's trying to see if he's going to find something. Oh, no, not Nico. Don't do him like this. He jumps out with the SMG and the shotgun follow-up, but the punish was there. And Nico, just better, just quicker, wins the engagement with the cleaner shots.
That was a very, original throwback, right, Mons? That felt very, Season 2, way back in the day. But another player lurking in the window as well. This is almost like a horror house here. It's just jump scare after jump scare. People running around corners, looking in the windows, peering in at you. I was going to say, it felt like a Season 2 fight there of hiding hiding inside buildings. It doesn't happen too much now. Fortnite has evolved so much, and with the building mechanism, most players you kind of use the typical advantages of Battle Royales, right? Like getting into a building and hiding so you get that advantage when someone comes in and catch them by surprise. But it doesn't go his way there, and Nico, just with superior mechanics and aim there, winning the fight despite getting the advantage against him with the opening blow. But it was a really good fight from him, and Starving Aiden looking to try and take this house as his home now for a bit of a position with these builds.
That's right. More often than not, the one that has that surprise factor is the one that's going to win the fight. But on the other hand, though, we have some fun facts about Keox, who is one of the 12 players to make it to the FNCS Invitational Finals through the open round. So got to appreciate what's going on here. As far as the solos history for players, Keox being one of the few to actually push through and make it that far. So no strangers to these quals type days. It gives you guys a little bit of insight, some history for the players that are playing today. It's not about having the largest names in competitive. It's about making the name when it matters most. And we're talking today here when it counts for Keox at 21 massive points and an elimination already on the board for him. He's got the best loot in the game, and he's looking to hold out for endgame.
He's looking really good. 5 rockets is enough to actually close out the game with that shockwave launch. It is a very powerful item, as long as he does also have that launch pad, which is guaranteed from that vault too, just showing how insanely good those drops are. But we have that same tail. It's always the players that drop the mythic drops. Can they stay in the lead? Nico, we saw yesterday, pick up a win with the caddy launcher. Wasn't able to hold on to his lead in the tournament. Now is Keox able to do it today? But he's doing really well. 2 for 2 is pretty good. The issue is going to be those players towards the end of the tournaments, like maybe that game 4, 5, 6, who really need to have a few pop-off games. They're going to get their eyes set on those mythic drops. That's where they're looking at to go get the item they know can secure them more points to have a big game. So the first few games is one thing. Holding it out for the entire tournament is a completely different battle.
Booga, though, sitting up here now outside of Sweaty, I do like the positioning. He's just center of this zone, which means he's going to catch some favoritism for the next one on the follow-up. He's only 13 damage above the Storm Surge threshold. Let's kind of break down what this means for those of you guys out there. This means he has to put damage into the field or face the wrath of the storm gods. The lightning bolts will come smashing down, dealing 25 damage a tick. It's serious damage. It catches up. And with 86 players in the lobby right now, I'm afraid that about 15, 16 or so are going to have to fall within the next minute. And honestly, if you really think about it, that's a lot of players here, Ozzy.
It's a lot of players, yeah. This might be the game we see Storm Surge active. So again, Monster explained it there. It's a damage threshold. He needs to do enough damage to get above that threshold, or he is going to be hit until enough players go down. So 70 players is your mark. If he doesn't start putting some damage out, and you don't want to have to use your meds. Quite often people try and out-heal Storm Surge. It's not the way to go. You want to keep your meds for endgame. You want to be able to get that damage. And it's those players who've been in these stacked lobbies a lot that know how to manage their Storm Surge. Some of those far drops, like we talked about at Rig, which Booger's now going as well, it's hard because you are so uncontested. But actually, worth pointing out, Booger, very different area on the map. Has Booger changed his drop? He possibly has changed his drop, but I couldn't see why if he had Rig uncontested. But we see Acorn coming in here for an elimination, takes down Elige, who's been dropping at Holy Hedges, tried to rotate out here for a little bit of a safe spot, but Acorn, who we talked about earlier, courtesy of Prodigy Analytics, dropping massive eliminations in semifinals, and looks like he's going to try and do so here in finals too.
Just to touch on that Booga point before I jump into Ketsui here. Remember, Booga's taking a book out of Arkram's drop spot. I'm pretty sure he's playing for dead side rotate, so you might be curious why he's up there. Yeah, remember, he's done some studying here, so I am excited to see what's going to happen. But hold up. Ketsui says, timeout, focuses on me, guys. Show me some love here. He's going to find someone in the bush right now. It's going to be a free pickup for him, and he's going to be able to grab all of the goods off of that player. And I mean, he doesn't have shields or anything, but he's still looking pretty good here. 9 points is nothing to be upset about, especially coming into game 2 as he's popping off right now. There still hasn't been placement given out, though, yet.
Yeah, 2 more people to go down until placement does go out. 146 above Storm Surge. Clicks, picks up elimination too as Zervo, so it is clearing out a little bit now, so maybe not as much of a concern, but this is a pretty far... Oh, another player to go down here. Ketsui, just finding the freebies at the moment. Just good positioning, good awareness, just taking those shots, right? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. He's just kind of feeling it out, taking some shots at the opponents, and he's getting rewarded for it so far.
And let's not forget, Storm Surge is ticking right now as we are commentating over Ketsui's position. He's being sandwiched right now by a couple shots. We'll see if he gets out alive. But 4 players still have to go down, or that's going to be it. 2 players now have to go down. Little Will's trying to get into this fight right here. He's setting up for the push in, but no, the crash pad's going to come out. Unfortunate for the guy on the run, though. He's going to hit the tree here, and now forced to a stop. Another red light halt. Let's see if Will can actually capitalize. He's continuing to pursue the fight here. And there it is. He's got him on the back wall. It's not his cone, though. The edit comes in. It's too predictable. Priyan falls to the charge shot.
That was risky. Lee Will came up to the wall ready with the crash pad out to go in, and so he had a chance to get bopped there, but he does close this fight out, and he upgrades that green charge shotgun for the legendary charge shotgun. That's a very big upgrade. Not just because of damage, but once you go above the green and blue rarity on the charge shotguns, you go from having 3 shots in the inventory to having 4 in the clip. So that extra shot can be a big difference, especially in endgame. It's one of the more difficult parts, or the conversations around which shotgun should you be running in solos, and the charge shotgun endgame becomes very difficult when you only have 3 bullets, and that can only potentially take down 3 opponents when you have sometimes upwards of 40 and 50 directly on top of your head.
I do agree with you there. More shots, though, are being traded out right now as Stretch here has to make quite an interesting rotate right now. It's looking like he has to cut inside, and oh boy, it's going to be on to passive. That's going to be a nice one. 2 elims already.
I'm also excited here. We might be seeing our first Coral Castle zone. We're going to that far north above Sweaty. We haven't seen how the zone plays out. Again, I obviously, being Australian, I'll admit that I was sleeping through EU this morning. I'm sorry, I wanted to be well rested to put the spotlight on these guys in NA. So Monster, I don't know if we got a Coral Castle zone in any of the 6 EU games, but we did not get it yesterday in any of the 6 NA games. So this could be our first taste of a stacked endgame that hits the new POI.
Yeah, definitely the first for NA East, at least on the broadcast table here. I'm also interested to see how that plays out. We're talking some serious elevation change if it pulls over that way, especially considering there's a nice little waterfall there. So we'll see how that plays out. But either way, it looks like it's going a little west now.
It's either way a difficult zone, especially for those players that have been dropping. Like that caddy corner, we have Keox. He's had to rotate all the way from that southeast portion of the map all the way to northwest. This is still a difficult zone, regardless of whether it goes over Coral Castle or not. This is a quiet water zone as well. In the new season as well, water zones not being as difficult to deal with in the past, as a lot of the water is quite shallow. You can still build on it, but what it does is it has a very open area. You have to build a lot because there's not a lot of buildings. There's not a lot of hills that can block sightlines or trees. It is very open and you are exposed. So we're getting a beautiful panning shot here from the OBS team, giving us that kind of perspective of what zone they are looking at. It is most definitely a water zone.
Little action from a shark there as well. Someone's going to get absolutely griefed on it. It's going to be Trap Killed and Clicks here who get dived in. So it looks like they have some company and no one's safe. These sharks can jump 3 or 4 layers high, and here's from his perspective now. It's coming. It's crashing. So he's trying to play around it, giving himself a little more distance, backing up now. It's costing him a lot of material, though. Think about it. He's only down to 600 builds now. And just the catacomb that he had to rebuild, that's going to be at least 150 to about 200 to restructure up. So just showing you how quickly your material count can get chipped away if unfortunate circumstances come. But hold up, is this Clicks that he's found? And yes, it is. Just catching him off guard, opening the edit. Clicks walked into the wrong base here. And now Trapkill finds another one onto Hypnos. Oh my gosh, he thought he was going to get some free loot. Not today, sir.
Yeah, but it looks like 2 of those eliminations, not only Clicks, but also Cease. He has the grappler gun. Last time we tuned in, that was firmly, squarely in the hands of Cease. So looks like Trapkill has taken down 2 World Cup qualifiers in Cease, and now Clicks as well. That's a big performance for him, and that's what this is all about. It's making those big new names as well. It's good to focus on the big guys as well, but some of these smaller names are really making a name for themselves.
We all start somewhere, and this is going to be the story of many that do come up and start firing away, though. Daxter lighting up the feed here, taking out Mandatory. Sprite is here trying to get situated. Sprite's going to find Secure down on the low ground. It's going to be a great refresher for him, but the Storm's pressuring him in. He gets ticked 1 time. That's a great exchange. A free point, a free refresh, all in exchange for 5 HP to the Storm. I think he'll take that deal again any time of the week.
I think that was just above top 50 as well. So that player falling so short of that top 50 placement. It's only 1 point, but when we saw yesterday, there was sometimes only 1 point splitting 8 players around that qualifying spot. So it is very important to get every single point you can. That is why the point format has shifted towards this earlier placement thresholds as well, to make sure that if you play consistently, you are being rewarded for it. But where it really pays to play consistently is that top 10. After top 10, you are gaining a placement point for every player that goes down in the lobby, which is massive. As you see in the end games, players can start to drop very fast when those zones close out.
Players that are going to have to make a big rotate, those on the outer edges. You can see everyone's trying to crash pad their way inwards now. On the other side, I see COD Genesis there. Rehan, Serbs. Okay, the launch pad's going to come down. It's going to be a little bit of a community usage from the 5 that are on the back half. So the northern portion all get the free rotate all the way inside. Yes, they get to float on in. Serbs, though, in the middle of a dangerous situation as the fresh builds are just starting to couple on in. He only has a charge shotgun of gray rarity. This is the most common that you can find it. He's putting it to use, though. Shield crack here from the opponent down below. Can he get the conversion? 33 on it, and the AR follow-up. And that's going to be Box. Box falls again. Another white tag for Serbs, though. Be careful now. He does have to reload here. Trying to get it together now. He's got that blue upgrade, and oh my gosh. Plague walks in and eats another shot from Serbs.
such a satisfying little stair flip there. Flips the stair back, so not only does it give him that sight line of the opponent, but left him on top of the stair, so there's nowhere for him to go. Really nice little play, good control there, and luckily the zone did pull back towards that sweaty stands. As you saw, most of the players were waiting for it, hoping for it to come back towards them, because if it went in reverse across that water, that would have been a much, much uglier rotate. As we've now just gotten inside our top 50, this game's looking to close out. This is going to be a difficult one if it pulls back towards sweaty, which it looks like it does, so it's going to go back through some of those builds, I believe. And look at that just mountain of builds in front of Noki. He has that launch pad. He has 2 of them, in fact, and he has 3 crash pads, but those are vertical elevation rotates. He needs to try and get very vertical if he's going to go over that, or he's got to find a way around it.
I think what is going to work out best is that there's not a lot of overhead on him, so these crash pads are going to get maximum value right now. Let's see it, though. He's trying to set it up. He's looking to actually go for the pad out. Yes, he's going to full-on pad. Little did he know there's one outside the base, but that's okay. The full cross here. Daxter taking big shots onto everyone crossing. He's not going to find Booga, though. Booga just lands near that mid-ground height there. I see Jamper still in the game as well. A lot of big names in the running here. Stretch, though, is going to fall to Little Will, and I think Aiden falls as well there. So 2 notable players already being taken out.
We have Acorn, we have Tabs picking up eliminations in the feed. Tabs, a player that's been doing incredibly well in trios, struggling a little bit in solos. He's still been doing very well, but he's been breaking around that name. He's just kind of got to break it into that really tier 1. And we see Noki gets in the box and takes down Pose. We saw this yesterday a lot with Kanata, with so much vertical rotation to get in. Everyone's going up high. They're falling somewhere, and they're falling into boxes. They're falling on top of players. So Noki now making his way back through here. 5 crash pads, 4 floppers. We haven't seen floppers being as strong as they were in previous seasons, but they are still incredibly strong in these end games. An instant 50 health when it comes to sitting in zone and kind of having that buffer if you get caught behind is massive, as Kanata, who I was just talking about, trying to have another big game after a very rough game 1.
The only difference with the floppers now is that you just have a lot of options, right? So not seeing it as often because of how much of the good things you can pick up. Chug splashes, crash pads, peppers, all of the which you have options of. We're seeing, though, Kanata here is trying to make the best of his situation. Chug splash is already gone. Looking like he's running low on resource as well. Using enemy builds now, trying to recycle what he can here. He needs this frag. He needs this one. He sets the ramp boost up. He goes right into the box. Crash pad's going to come out. That player hits the big exit. He's going to follow on through before landing on someone up top. Oh. And it's a full-on cone control onto Coop. And that's going to be a massive frag for him now. Free flopper, free height, and material to go with it. And look at the loadout. Now he's completely maxed out.
That was a stylish one. Cooper's going to be very upset about that. That was stylish. Hits the crash pad, hits the heavy charge shot, and then boxes him like a fish for the finish off. Noki's down here, though, as well. Got the fish in the back pocket. Hasn't had to use them. Maybe he'll have to now, as he's used almost all his mobility with those crash pads. But you have to think Kanata, who, like we said, came top 5 yesterday, had a rough game 1. He's got to be able to close this out with that shockwave launcher.
And Noki there is going to catch Nico on the rotate as well. And just looking at the feed, it looks like Kanata's having a day in the park right now. He's going to find Trap killed as well. So absolutely taking the most advantage of his high ground positioning. On the other side, though, Noki has to make the best of this low ground. Yes, the edit is his. And he finds a big shot here onto Stretch. And just like that, he's out too. 4 elims for Noki. RPG in hand. This is a win condition if I've ever seen it for a low ground player, considering he has 4 floppers as well. This is the most likely of a low ground kit that you can have to possibly take away the win. I wonder if Noki can do something big here, or at the very least, break his way into top 3 for as much placement as possible.
Kanata on the high ground, though, it's really reinforced, but it's going back to all these old builds, or it did for a good section there. So you had that lull where it slowed down a little. We see Booger on the low ground going toe-to-toe with someone. Kanata back in this, though. Does Booger fall? He does. Booger goes down, unfortunately. Texter's down there with Class. We have Noki, Ronnie Boy, Simple, Trentman, and Kanata on top of his castle, and he is sending people out into the zone. A one-way ticket to what is normally almost definitely elimination. Trying to close it out now. Trentman, no, comes back in. Trentman finds his way back into the zone. Kanata still just firing these rockets down on everyone else. Ronnie Boy needs to try and hold out. He doesn't. It's a 1v1 just like that. Simple, and Ronnie Boy drops so quickly. Noki here has jumped into 20 plus points. Kanata on 15. Can he close this one out? They both have fish in the inventory, though, so it could go to a heal off. Kanata drops down. He's in the water. It makes the build so much more awkward. The player is out in zone. He gets shockwaved out there. Noki, the fish are not enough, and the caddy launcher in the hands of Kanata is enough to close it out.
Like I said, if there was anyone that was going to be able to do it, it's probably Noki there, but Kanata on the fall down does land the crucial shockwave to send him flying into the storm. Playing floppers arguably a little too early, but don't worry, we'll have Zeke to break that down shortly.
Thank you guys so much. What a great game coming out of Canada at X. He always gets me with it every time. Canada. It's great to see you, man. Again, we kind of seen this win yesterday, I believe. The typical Victory Royale there with Caddy Launcher in hand. It was kind of a difficult win there, though, right? Sundown kind of coming in the water, making things a little bit difficult to navigate.
I mean, a lot less difficult than last season. At least you can build on it. As Monster touched on, it definitely makes it a wee bit more awkward out there. But with that being said, Canada picking up that Caddy Launcher from Keox, who we saw was able to take it away in the first game. It's those mid-round and mid-game frags onto the mythic weapons and then just being able to control them and ride them out. And it was a pretty impressive performance in terms of the execution.
Yeah, Canada always pushes people's away. Usually people pull for that Victory Royale, though.
Yeah, totally. Now, of course, I just want to shift gears a little bit and talk about maybe some crowd favorites in the competition, starting things off here with Clicks.
And I mean, Clicks has been one of the biggest names in Fortnite, particularly around his box fighting abilities. So no surprise here seeing him take advantage of some of these early game fights. And he always does it with a little bit of swagger too, making sure he drops an emote afterward. Some good crash pad execution here, following up the 44 tag with an 89, and then some really good ramp control to get himself out of a tough situation. Then with the reverse stair flip, just brilliantly done there. That's 2 early elims for him there. And again, picking up a third here. There's a reason why he's one of the best box-to-box fighters in the game.
And this is just him playing to his strengths, another people's champion, just time after time. As you mentioned, he wants to get into box fights, and he rarely ever loses them. I don't even think it's a fight. It's just a trap completely, but sometimes you get so hyper-focused into it, you get taken out. Bugha, another big man who's always having a plan in these end games, top 12 scenario. He's there to fight, there to lay traps of his own. A little bit more tactical, doesn't go into box fights completely. He waits for his opponents to come to him for easy shots.
It's unfortunate here. You can see him really trying to use all of his resources, not able to pick up the key refresher there when he had the ambush available to him. But just the fact that he was able to outlast 4 more players there and make it from top 12 to top 8 secured him another point, and it's a reason he's been able to push higher up. We can see here, that was Canada's massive pickup on to the Shockwave Launcher and the Kitsch Charge Shotgun player, giving him high ground control with still plenty of mats to share. And he's another fan favorite when it comes to solos. He came out at DreamHack Anaheim and absolutely dominated that first game of the finals. Fell off a little bit after the fact, but he's been someone who, with their individual talent, once they're able to get rolling, is very similar to Benji Fishy in the fact that he's able to execute very well, and he can play both aggressively and defensively. It just comes down to whether or not he can get and stay in that rhythm.
Yeah, for Canada, his biggest weakness over time has been like he's just been a little bit too slow to get to people, to get to a build. But now his strength, his kind of finesse, the biggest thing in his repertoire is his speed. You could see it in the way he just slides cones into people's boxes on height. You can see it in the way he just ends games and fights in record time. I feel like he's one of the fastest builders, assassins, and just shooters in Fortnite.
Yeah, I mean, he showed us that yesterday, right? 3rd place, 55 points after the first set of games. So he's already qualified. He's just back to show us why we need to keep him in mind when we're talking about these big names. And that's what you like to see. Now, we've got to talk about next is, of course, those standings. How have things shaken out after game number 2? With 4 left on the horizon, what are we going to be what is the storyline heading into these next set of games? With that Victory Royale, did Canada shoot up the leaderboard? Because remember, that's what he wants to do. He wants to place as high as possible. Right now, VSB Stowe, first place, 7 eliminations, 24 points. Right behind him, though, Keox. And you can see he's got that Victory Royale that's pulling him right behind him.
Yeah, and Keox went down relatively early there, and I think this is where we'll start to really see the shape of the lobby. We've generally said after about 3 games, you kind of have to be into that top half with contention. But as we saw with Noah Riley over in EU, if you're able to string together just 2 top 5 placements with a couple of elims, you can really push yourself forward, which is what Stowe has effectively done to take that first place spot, despite not really getting a ton of camera time. Now, as we flip on over to the next 10, we have Ghost Clarity Danny, who had a great run of 4 elims in that first game, adding a 5th in the second game to push up into 12th. 7 Pose, Acorn, Ronnie Boy, 100 Thieves, Cease, Kid Sprite, Texter, Serbs, and Rokane rounding out the top 20 right now.
Yeah, Acorn for me has to be the player to watch. He went overall first place in round 2, coming into this round here, number 3 and playing, and now he's just bumped himself up to 14th place, looking to get back to that first place slot he had earlier today. As we move on to the next page, we can see names like Kaz, Simple, people who've had a try yesterday, coming back for it to shoot for the top 50. The other stretches here too, Tabs G, Rihan, Agers, Sloth, Daxor, who picked up 2 quality eliminations last game in that end to mid game spot. He just caught people basically going into other fights, invading their boxes, easily took them out, and bumps them up over to 30th place.
I think for a lot of these players as well, something to keep in mind is when we look at these tournaments and kind of break them down, like there's an overall meta to Fortnite and in the season, but then there's like an overall meta within the self-contained tournaments, right? So that's where we're kind of seeing some of this fall off, right? Like someone like Assault, you know Assault's incredible at the game, but he might just be kind of dragging his feet a little bit in the first 2 sets of games. Now, don't get me wrong, there's still 4 games ahead of us, so someone like Assault could very quickly turn things on and start to rack up eliminations or even placement points and shoot up the leaderboards, right? So there's still a lot of room for these players to grow, as well as series points to kind of remember on the back burner, if you will.
The one big thing that I've kind of noticed is that, like, these names that are coming up, a lot of these guys in 30th to 20th place, they're tied for points. So, like, every elimination, every placement will matter that much more. And so seeing that in these next set of 4, like the individual metas, is going to be very cool to see there.
That's right. Well, guys, it is time to get into game number 3 of the FNCS. So let's send it back over to Aussie and MDF to get us back into these games. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so very much, Zeke. Sundown and, of course, Shia Wager breaking down all the action, getting us caught up to that leaderboard. Stowe with the 24 points now, coming in to the beginning of what is the halfway mark. The first time in a long while, you guys get to see the map. Check out how all the players are landing on the field here. Surprisingly, the sensor's kind of light on population.
The center is light in population. Production, can we leave this up for a little bit? Because this is so helpful right now. We can see kind of, again, we have 3 of those players going the new POI, going in the coral area in that top kind of northwest section. But yeah, you're right. It's very, very relaxed in the middle. We have only 1 person at Salty, which is quite interesting. Not a massive POI, but one that's quite often fought over. But everyone's spread out pretty thin here. Only 1 person at Steamy Stacks. I'd have to try and figure out who that is, because that is a very big advantage if they keep that to themselves right now. But in these stack tournaments, especially NA East, these guys practice all the time. They verse each other a lot. They are very prone to trying not to drop on each other and give themselves the best chance. As we see, yes, that little purple arrow, I think, has to be Booger at Rickety Rig by himself, Monster. So I think he was just hitting that full Arkram rotate last game.
That's what I was going to say. There's no surprise as to seeing Booga in the top 10, 9th place right now. Only 2 eliminations, but placement going in his favor route after route. It's probably because he has that Rickety Rig on lock right here. If you guys haven't watched Arkram breakdowns, I highly suggest you guys go do it. If you want to see what really beautiful rotates look like, just check it out, man. He absolutely is the peak of Deadside, and he takes advantage of it. But hold up, though. Back to the action. It's Little Will. He's trying to get into an early game fight right now. He's been aggressive every time we've tuned in with him, Aussie.
Yeah, Lee Will's putting out some serious damage, but he's hit this player for whites too, but that was the Shockwave launcher too. That is a very, very important note right now. That was a very big audible cue of this is Shockwave launcher, and you've hit him for whites. Lee Will is not letting this player get away because he wants that, and there it is. I was talking about it last game. Can you hold on to the Shockwave launcher? That is the question, and no, for Brian here today, he cannot, and now it goes in the hands of Lee Will, and someone that you just noted on is an aggressive player. There is nothing better to have in your back pocket if you're being aggressive than the Shockwave launcher.
Yeah, man, it allows you to enter into boxes, exit out of boxes. It is literally a master key style weapon. Kid's Mythic Shockwave is where it's at when it comes down to Fortnite competitive right now. But either way, we're seeing people pull through consistently without it. Stowe in particular is at 24 points in the competition right now just through his consistency, right? And we're talking players like Keox who had a lot of success early on. Let's see what Stowe can do here now. He has to round out this loadout.
He does. It's finding those drop spots that have that rounded out loadout too. It's having those drops that you can consistently get the items you need. And obviously Caddy Corner's having those peppers, and there it is. He finds 4 of them now as well. It's a great drop because it does have a lot of those nom spawns, which is like the kind of, I don't know, food crates, I guess you call them. When you break them, you can get those peppers, and they are so important because usually the player that drops Caddy Corner carries away that Caddy launcher. You touched on in the end game, last game monster. There's so many good things you can carry right now. It really is a very diverse loot pool, and you get to kind of find your personal style on what are you going to prioritize. Do you want 2 to 3 meds? Do you want more mobility? What do you want to carry? And Stowe finding that he wants to carry peppers, and he's finding them consistently at Caddy, which is getting him consistently to those end games.
On the other hand, you have the variety loadout from Kanata, which is the splashes crash pad combo. We're seeing the rise in popularity of tactical shotguns for these crash pad style hybrid loadouts. The entry for the tactical is just so dominant with the crash pad. But Kanata's got something to worry about. It's a player up there.
I think that elimination that Kanata lost early on to Pandush in game 1, I think he was feeling the burn. I think that charged shotgun just wasn't feeling as comfortable with him. Kanata, we've talked about how good...
No!
That one hurts anyone. Casual or competitive Fortnite fan, watching something like that hurts everyone to watch. Kanata holds up for 1 shot, and Felix just lurking inside that bridge. No way for Kanata to know he was there or to see him, and he gets taken out with the green hunting rifle, and now he gets to get all that loot and a massive upgrade. And Kanata has now gone down with 2 0-point games now after coming top 5 yesterday.
It's so rough because Kanata is arguably one of the greater solo players. Like, as of late, he's just been on a terror playing through the game here. And there's a new strategy with the crash pad that we've seen popularized by Martos here. We spoke about this yesterday, being able to exit into the box at a new clean angle that doesn't distort your shot. KJ Rop actually made that look too easy. And go ahead, Ozzy, break it down for players if they don't understand how to set this up. Is this the easiest one to do?
I think it is. That panning shot does it perfectly. Thank you, Obs team. You see there, he put the ramp outside the cone and the floor, and if you throw the crash pad onto that ramp, it'll break the floor and the cone and drop you into the box. So Monster talked about it perfectly there. The distorted shot, when people try to use the crash pad to go through a wall into the box, quite often they have to have a really good reaction time and really good aim to kind of flick back and figure out where the opponent is, because everything gets thrown around so much. If you do that exploit there, you kind of throw the ramp on the wall and you go down into the box. You don't have to throw any builds up. You just drop straight in, and you can get straight onto their head, and you have that clean shot, and it closes out fights quickly. It is a very, very clean way to close out a fight.
Let's see how Stowe's gonna set this one up, though, as we just talked about different ways to set up the fight here. He's got everything he needs to make the best of this one. He's looking to set up the angle, like the choke point, the cut off there, to make sure he's got this enemy nice and trapped. He's going to make sure his weapons are ready for action as well. This is the distorted type of shot that we're looking for right here. When you send that crash pad straight in, it really does send you flying. So that can backfire either which way. On the other side, though, still looks like he's actually struggling to figure out how he's going to break into this. He doesn't realize he was just a little low below the elevation. There's the 180. So having to fully turn now, he's going to get rewarded with the biggest loadout of the game here. That means he snatched it straight off of the hands of the person that picked it up from Smelly Brian off the start.
And it's worth pointing out, remember, Stowe is in first place, and you now have first place with the Shockwave launcher in hand. He's now going to use it to push forward here. This player gets stuck here trying to go into the vault. A little bit greedy, wants to pick up that extra loot that was lurking in the vault, but Stowe was lurking deeper in the field, and he has Caddy Corners on lockdown right now.
What a massive comeback for him, because Bryant ran away with the loadout, right? He ran away with the mythic weapons, but to have him just come back and deliver to him has got to be a feels good man for Stowe right now, because he converted on 2 massive elims as well.
Yes, it's that Vault keycard as well. Quite often when players leave early on with the Shockwave launcher, they come back for the loot that is in that vault. It is a lot of loot, and sometimes, even though you know there might be a player lurking and waiting for you, it's just too tantalizing to avoid. But Stowe, the Shockwave launcher, comes back home to Caddy Corners, and now it's in his hands. And I think the first time today we've seen him have it too. So he was currently in first place without having used it too. So this is going to be a big boost to his speed right now.
Definitely a boost in his confidence as well. And you guys just saw the format there fly by for a second. It's a single point per elimination. This is game 3. We're deep into the action right now. What's at stake here is your spot towards the heats, right? These players need to finish top 50. So a player like Trap Killed with 20 points is sitting strong on the leaderboard here in 3rd place right now. It's about a 3-way tie, though, from 3rd to 6th. So Just showing you how close the competition is from 3rd to 5th place, that it's anyone's game. If you're in that upper, I'd say 10-plus point range, top 10 is in striking distance for you.
It is, and it's worth pointing out as well for those of you who maybe missed the pre-show where we went through the kind of format of this one. Obviously, players who get top 50 are going to qualify straight through to the heats. There are 4 different days this is going to happen for in the FNCS qualifiers. The rest of the lobby, the other half, is going to qualify through consistency points. So these players who are consistently making finals and consistently playing well, but just falling short of that top 50, still have a chance to go into the FNCS heats as well. So keep an eye on them. There are names that are going to resurface. It's not just about that top 50. It's about, can you play out all 4 days as best as possible?
Absolutely. So players like Stretch, who might have missed day 1 but made it to day 2, these are massive improvements, massive strides in making their way towards the heats for grand finals. But back into the action, we're tuned in right now. We're dialed into Zone 2. The pace of this game already at a much different track, right? We have a lot less players in the run right now. Talking about Stretch and Booga, they actually rank 2nd and 3rd for the most FNCS finals win at 19 and 17. Guess who's in first here, Ozzy?
Yeah, we're looking first right now. They're going up, and there's a Booger's on the eyes on Booger now. He's going to try and make something from it too, and they're doing really, really well. I know Shayo, obviously, Booger now popularized as Stretch's teammate, but they were such a dynamic duo. But now they're here. They're going face to face, and who can come out on top? Stretch came out on top, obviously, in the DreamHack final. So Booger need to kind of stamp his mark on there, as maybe as the not Stretch's teammate needs to break out a little bit. Obviously, Sundown commenting it is our World Cup winner, but in the world of Fortnite, there are new players on the come up constantly. You have to be on top of your game. You miss out on a few different places, a few different tournaments, and people will take your mantle.
Absolutely. And you can see there, we have a nice, great shot of the map here, giving you guys the idea of how this is all going to play out. It's favoring Southwest now. So with Booga here in Slurpy Swamps, he's got a very strong position to capitalize on getting this material together like he's doing right now, and then just play later into the game. You think about it as a time sink, right? You're safe if you're within the builds, within the structure, but you're also gaining something for it. It's all the material count right here. But there's a player up above, so it's not completely safe. It's not all roses here in the field. He's got to be careful to not get hit by the thorns now. He's taking his time. It's posed up above. But to answer, or the question that I posed earlier, Zayd actually has the most wins overall in NAEs for FNCS finals.
I was so close, but I was like, I don't want to get it wrong. I'll let Monster field this one. I was like, I know what he's going for, but if I say it wrong, I'm going to get clowned so hard. But of course, it is definitely Zayd, the king himself.
Yeah, Zayd's up there, man. You know, he's got it going on. He always, it's crazy. He gets into grand finals and he somehow, wriggles his way into top 5. It's why between Zayd, between players like Aqua, right? These are players that are easily in some of the best in the world, and for good reason as well. But okay, Hexy looking to take some walls now. It's a compact on the other side. We know the dangers of a compact SMG, that high fire rate in the hands of a player like Miro can be something to be worried about. But Miro hasn't been having quite the day. I wonder if he's looking to turn things around. This Lady Luck, is the fortune going to be in his favor right now? Playing a lot more passively than the previous game. This time he lets the opponent come to him, and still, no, he falls short. 15 HP, that's one shot from the compact he needed.
Yeah, Miro not having his day today, and that's what we see. We see that story of developing a lot with those aggressive players that go for those high elimination games. Reminds me of players like Unknown Army. It's a very kind of big hit or miss day for them. Do they pick up those eliminations that they're constantly seeking for, or do those extra fights they keep taking, or often forcing to? They take those fights with less advantages than other players. We saw Cease earlier just kind of taking every fight only if he had a massive advantage in the fight, but Miro falls again, but he can drop some big eliminations, so that's the other thing. You can never count them out. 1 or 2 big games and they're straight back up there as COD Genesis trying to get into this Slopey Swamps. Does he take the wall? He doesn't, so he has to back out now. But that player inside there got shot from somebody else. There's a lot of sight lines on this fight. This is definitely a third-party affair.
This is going crazy right here. I'm just trying to absorb who's going to open the wall first. Okay, it's charge v charge with the right camera angle, the textbook. Bye-bye, Turkus from COD Genesis with its drop kick through the window, making it look nice and easy. We call that a sweet chin music around my parts. That was too nice for him. 1 whole point for COD Genesis.
Yes, again, it's those players that are a bit aggressive and they'll back themselves. It's interesting seeing this zone. We haven't seen Slurpee play anything for quite a while. Slurpee obviously only fully emerged from the water last week, so an endgame we haven't seen so far in this season, and maybe an endgame that'll throw kind of a spanner in the works for some of these newer players who maybe aren't as adept at playing through there. There's a lot of spare shield lying around as well, which is massive, but with the removal of a lot of the vehicles around the map with the storyline on Fortnite right now, metal is one of the hardest materials to find right now and one of the materials that's the most sought after, but Slurpee has your big refresh on that. So a lot of players, you're going to see this endgame be quite stacked. It's going through buildings. It's going through buildings that have excess shield, and it's going through buildings that have excess hard materials. So this endgame is going to be very, very stacked.
It's looking that way after having such a fast track to kick it off, right? With how many players fell, there was no storm surge in sight, but all of a sudden things are really starting to gather together. The atmosphere is starting to become more and more dense. It's going to be really hard to breathe soon for these players coming in nice and late here. And I'm just looking off Class here, just trying to see if he can catch a free shot. Now, remember, there is one player in the bush there, and yes, the shots are going to open up, so this is the indicator to Class to also fire from the opposite side. He's going to find Ritual there without a single issue. But it's whoever was in that bush that did the majority of the work.
That's a rough one as well, just rotating on through. But again, we've seen a lot of those players that do have that competitive experience checking the bushes. It's a bit of lapse of judgment there. That's not just all luck. That is something that unfortunately Virtual could have done a little bit better, or Ritual, sorry. But he was dropping at Authority, and that's who we saw go down to cease the first 2 games. And I think he's changed up his drop spot and still not finding any purchase. But again, there are 4 rounds of this. It's all a learning experience. This FNCS is a great way for these newer players to get this experience in against these stacked players and learn from their mistakes, like that one there. That is a very easy mistake that he can now fix and take forward into next week's games, or even the final 3 games today.
Absolutely here, but whole minute on the clock now. He's going to have to make this rotate. Zone 4 is going to be a pivotal situation for a player like Class right now. He's at 20 points. He's got to get in it. He doesn't have mobility to get there, so this could be one of 2 things this rotate can play out for him, right? He can either end up blazing through his material count because he gets targeted for rotating at the wrong, untimed time, or he can get there and be A-okay for this endgame. Let's see. He goes with the early rotate. 30 seconds till the zone forces players out, and this is going to work out for him. So the fear here is getting shot, obviously, from the players that were sitting behind, but those that are also parked up. And Class just masterfully times it. It's just going to work, right? Sometimes it just works, but wait a second. Joji lands flying in with the Hadouken from up above. He hits him for 100. My gosh. Just when you thought it was safe, clean, and perfectly timed, he just gets hit for all of his shield.
Class does get in though, and it was a classy rotate from Class. A lot of players scared to make that early rotate because they're scared of getting beamed up. But the later you rotate, if it does get to the point where you get focused now, like this player that it looks like Class is setting up for, you have a lot less room to work with. You have a timer pushing you into zone. You can't go slow, and there it is, proving to Kaz, who is also a competitive veteran in his own right, who was waiting for that mobility, that the early rotate was definitely the play here.
And just like that, a player is erased from the lobby. Just shows you how much Fortnite game sense really matters, right? Your timing is probably going to save you the most more often than not. So studying your gameplay, studying your times, rotates are going to play a huge mark. Another timing situation here is Pose deciding when and where to take this battle. This is going to end up going in his favor really quickly. Fights that get drawn out in this zone can turn to disaster really quickly, but ending them quick and easy allow you to pick up the mats and continue to move on. On the other hand, though, we have Booga. Booga, 9th place last we checked in. He slipped behind, though, if you think about it, because other players would find elims.
One thing I'm looking for is Storm Surge right now. There are 6 players above Storm Surge right. There's 6 people that are right now getting, as you said, the Storm God's Wrath. The lightning bolts are going to be falling, and not only do they take damage, it is a massive indicator for every player nearby. You know that someone is getting taken 25 damage every second. You need to try and capitalize on that, and I think that's what Booger's doing here. He has found these players that are unfortunately below the Storm Surge threshold, and there it is. It clears out the lobby very quickly as soon as Storm Surge goes active, and we are back down below 50, and now all these players have just gained 1 placement point 2, which is so crucial, and Booger has a very crucial rotate ahead of him. Does he use the crash pads? Does he use the launch pad? But he is looking so good. That guaranteed launch pad out of Rickety Rig is so important for these stacked endgames. It is instrumental to, I believe, Arkham's success, and now Booger here taking up his mantle with the same drop spot.
That's right. It gives you the free half in, half out. It gives you the free zone 6 rotate if you're even luckier at that point. So this time around, the launch pad being used here is going to find his nice safe nook here. Sets up a little 2x1 situated base, giving him a little bit of protection and backing. But now it's time to play for this end game. This is where things are going to get real interesting. I see Gabe lighting up the feed. Gabe had a phenomenal day yesterday, edging his way out into top 10. I saw Acorn still alive. I see clicks on Heights here. Just to get you guys all caught up. This is game 3, right? We're in the halfway mark now. This is where players, the leaders, start to solidify their placement and their way to the top. But no one is safe. As fast as you made it this far, it's as fast as you can fall behind. So consistency is going to be the name of the game right now.
There's a lot of pressure on those names at the top. DreamHack Finals, usually the most stacked lobbies we've seen recently, with also the Booger Cup too. But this format so far, we are seeing leave a much, much closer margin at the top. It comes down to the last game for almost every round of every region. So it's going to be the halfway mark, but it's no one's stake here once they make it. But Stowe, as we last checked in, had the Mythic Shockwave launcher, and he was in first place. If he is still in that position, he is looking very good here. Is trap killed on the high ground, has a bit of mobility, finds his opponent. He had the extra build steal here. Sticks goes down, trap killed. Just having that memory, that knowledge that he owns those builds, and drops down and gets a very easy but very smart elimination. And Click sitting above him, now knowing there is a shark beneath him, and probably does not want to mess with that fight at all.
What a massive mistake not to secure the builds behind you. You know he's going to be beating himself up after that one. Here's Azers, though, who's on fire right now, playing the floppers in the zone. Wait a second, though. He's going to get tagged by someone who decided to stay back late. Hold up. If he gets tagged one time, it's all over, but he's going to find what he needs here. And just like that, he does have an opportunity to flop. Will he be able to grab the shields, though, on the way out? This is what matters most now. And no, I think he juggled out the big shield on accident, so he's going to have to do that as he catches up here. Yes, he does manage to eat the flop and hit the air just in time. 30 HP, 2 big pots in the inventory. That's going to need 10 seconds to fully capitalize and heal now. There is not the wall, or the wall behind him wasn't his, so still not completely safe here. On the other side, Booga already making his first way through to this rotate. He's already into the safety of the zone, trying to get even closer now, though. Changing elevation as well, playing a lot less of a dangerous zone. Walks into the build of another enemy now, and Cone controls it, but nothing's going to come from it.
Booger playing those higher layers as well. It might be because of those 3 crash pads. He wants to stay up a little bit higher, so he has that elevation to try and get up. He needs to get up and over these builds, and there it is. If he's down in those lower layers, he can't do the play he just did, but almost falls into the box of another opponent and gets the shot through and takes him down. Booger picking up a big elimination on Texter. So right now we're seeing some big names falling in the feed. Coop went down again. Age is still in this after that sketchy rotate we saw earlier, but Booger, all eyes on him as he's trying to make his way through here with good material, good meds, and good mobility, as Borks just picked up 3 eliminations in the feed, if I saw that correctly. That must have been a massive collateral or something, as Booger comes through and hits a 42 shot in the back, still prioritizing these higher layers, looking in a really, really good spot as he hits the solo taps and tries to save what little mats he has left. But 48 could be enough to close this one out without even a refresh if he plays it smart.
It's looking very likely, and for someone like Box, too, let's not forget, he finished in the 90s yesterday, so he's on to a good start here, especially after dropping in the first 2 runs. Will this Game 3 be the game that at least solidifies his way back up to the top? From someone who's qualified 2 days in a row, made it this far where others could not. On the other side, though, Booga, 24 points and already nearing the top 20 as well. This is looking like a very nice run for him here. The crash pads, nicely done as well. Just inching his way out, putting himself in the best positions to capitalize on the players on height. Hold up. He's putting some shots up. He's not going to find much, though.
He's looking to keep hitting these rotates. He's doing so well with these crash pads. This high ground player must be getting so irritated. Booger is like a fly that he just can't swat. It was Stowe. Stowe was in first place and he goes down. And now Booger has the shockwave launcher in his hand, proving that it can be beaten. You can overcome it with incredible players here. Booger using those crash pads to jump up. He gets another elimination. A beautiful shot. Booger has some of the best aim in the game. This mythical charge shotgun is going to be put to use here. Not just the shockwave launcher, as Booger commands this high ground. We've seen this before. Booger is on his throne right now. He is on the high ground. Can he jump up into first? He wasn't in the tournament yesterday. He needs to stamp his authority on this game, and looks like he's got the loadout to do it. But 4 builds monster. He is running low right now.
Kit's Mythic Shotgun can do so much damage. You saw it hit for 100 just a second ago. But hold up, now he has the Shockwave launcher as well to back him up. So this is the perfect loadout here to secure the Victory Royale. And all he has to do is continue to maintain the pressure and send these players flying. With the material count, though, so low, this is desperate. Even Bugha, the World Cup champion, is not a free position, not just yet. He needs the shot, and yes, he's going to find it. One more left now. He's going to try and send this player out. He takes massive amounts of fall damage, though. Can he send this player going? Yes, there it is. Now, 3 ticks in the zone. Fall damage might be the difference, and yes, he's going to fall. He takes himself out. No.
Bugha goes down to 4 damage. Felix on 10 health. One more tick would have done it. He manages to throw this one, but a second place with that many eliminations is huge, and he took down first place, so eyes were up there again as well. That was a ridiculous game to break down. Bugha might be just back in the lead, but we're going to have to throw it over the analyst desk so they can break it down because there was too much action there. Zeke, take it away.
Thank you so much, Ozzy. Great game. Bugha, a World Cup champion. Almost clutches it up there. Those builds made such a big difference. When he got that elimination right there at the end, that player didn't have any builds, or maybe there was builds that fell off the side there. You hate to see. He did get that Shockwave play with Kit's launcher, but I guess at the end of the day, man, fall damage will still get us all. Huh, Sundown?
I mean, Myth and Tim the Tatman know it's best. Bugha eating a lot of it right there. Unable to utilize and pick up that Siphon drop right at the very end. Wasn't able to tag the mats, as you said, or use the Shockwave on himself to catch some of that damage. Again, we talk about Fortnite being just the game of execution, the highest mechanical skill possible. A game of literal inches or 2 HP in some circumstance there. And Felix being the benefactor of that one.
You're tossing a little bit of a heat in the pot there, Sundown, towards Tim and Myth, but it's all good, you know. We're staying cooking today. That game, though, was hot fire. It was really good to see these guys go all the way to the top and have such a unique ending to end things off with Felix there, Zeke.
Man, you got all this hot talk, man. Suddenly I'm just really hungry, and I'm sure you guys watching are too. I mean, you know what we should do? We should toss it over to Chef Shayo and Sundown, who prepared a 3-course meal for us. Take it away.
All right, we shall. Let's get right into the cooking show featuring Fortnite and look at all the delicious appetizers, entrees, and desserts we have from the last game. To start things off, a slice of pizza with Kiox over at Caddy, and wow, what a delicious one it was, nice and cheesy, but also burnt on the sides. The henchman slightly overcooking that slice, making him get a smoky aftertaste right there.
Cheesy being the word for it, the triple dink coming out there, but I'm in for something a little spicier as we hop on over to our entree, which is all of these eliminations that really make up the meat of our mid game. You can see clicks there with the pepper running, utilizing again that brilliant stair flip edit, and we talk about him being one of the best box to box fighters. You can see him putting that on display with all of these eliminations. Another player who has done incredibly well in terms of the mid game eliminations, Stowe, forcing into the box here just like he would if he's looking to try and find a burger at the end of the day. You know, right when you're starving, just trying to pick up whatever elims, going for whatever he can find, using the caddy launcher to then close the distance right away and picking up his next meal, saying he wasn't done, coming back for seconds. I mean, sometimes that's what it's all about when you're cooking up a big entree. You want more and more, and we tend to see that particularly in the solos competitions across NE and EU, when you get one elimination, there's either another player coming to third party or someone else is drawn towards that ammunition, so they tend to happen in pairs. As Divine here cooks himself up a nice little inspiration on the side, trapping both Cease and Daxter on the edge of zone, making sure he preheated his oven there, got the tags, and Storm was able to kick it over. And as we said, where there's one Elim, there tends to be more on the edge of Storm, turning this into an absolute run from him. However, it will not quite end up being enough, as we saw right at the end. Bugha taking him down.
Yeah, that was a 3-for-1 hearty combo there from Divine, but I'm looking to wrap up this 3-course meal with some dessert. Felix, the winner from last game, does exactly that, starting off the base of this souffle by taking Kanata out with a nice sniper shot. You cannot let that man rest slow, because that's what ends up happening. Felix, though, moves on to add a little bit of icing onto the entire base we're seeing here for this amazing dessert. He gets a nice few pickups, and you know how this game ends up. Top 4, he's in the box, getting nice and whipped up for the cream that's going right on top of this magnificent overall meal we're about to eat. Revenge sometimes, and the dessert is best served ice cold. Bugha going down to fall damage. Felix, a cherry on top, an overall victory royale.
And that cherry certainly was not a maraschino one. It was bittersweet, and he'll take it, but no extra elimination point going from him. Bugha going down to the fall damage. That elimination he got right there at the edge of the storm. If he gets it 1 second later and takes one more tick of storm damage, he wouldn't have gotten that VR. It would have been Bugha who had that
dessert.
sundae instead.
That was not dessert what I ate just right there. That didn't feel like dessert.
You know, guys, I might have a dessert for you. Let's take a look at the standings and see what has occurred here, how these standings have shifted since that game. We have 3 games left to go, but let's see what we can expect for the last half of the FNCS here in NA East. Taking a look at your current leader, currently, Stowe, still holding it down, but look at this, world champion, Bugha, stepping up to plate, saying, you know what, I would like this dessert now.
Right, and while Shy Wager's joke was a little corny, Bugha and Stowe's performance hasn't been so far, pushing ahead of the pack at the front half of the games. We swap on over now to 10th through 20, or 11th through 20th, excuse me, with Arrow, Trentman, who's had a great performance so far, racking up the eliminations, Naki, Divine, TSM Canada, Liquid Stretch, 100 Thieves, Cease, Crip, CN Simple, and Texter rounding out the top 20.
Clarity finally showing up in 21st. This man is in that big trio of Bugha and Stretch all the way back over near Season X. This time, he's looking to get a solo run of his own. I always loved his clutch plays. Behind him, Gabe, Danny, Serbs, Pandouche, Tabs, G. Clicks going all the way up to 28th now off of those eliminations we saw in the previous game. Box and Sticks, just look on the right side, though, of all those points, those leaderboards. It's a tie game for many people, if not a 1-point difference.
Well, we'll have to see how this holds. With only 3 games left, who will show up and qualify with those top 50 spots available on the line? Can Bugha overtake Stowe, or will he hold strong? Guys, I hope you're enjoying all of the action. We hope that you are keeping yourself hydrated, because I actually need to go and get more water, because I'm dying here from these jokes. When we return, we'll have the final 3 games from NA East here on the FNCS. Stay tuned. up, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the FNCS here in NA East. You got your boys Zeke, Sundown, and Shia Wager who are helping cast this show as much as we can. Of course, the battle bus is being ready. It's flying over the island. And it is time to continue to get in these games. We only have 3 games left. We'll have to see who stands tall here in NA East. With that being said, Aussie Antics, Monster D-Face, be our eyes in the sky and get us into this next game.
Don't you worry about it here, Zeke. We got our binoculars ready. We have our swimsuits ready as we're tuning in with Booger right here, who's on the boat right now. And as Zeke mentioned, we are halfway through the competition mark now, Aussie. This is game number 4.
Now, I don't think you've mentioned it yet, Monster. I don't think I've mentioned it yet. Exactly what is Booger doing here? I don't think it's something we've touched on, or it is something we've now mentioned 100 times. Booger is in the boat, hitting his dead side rotate. Something we have seen so much of, but it is so impressive. It doesn't look that impressive, but Booger has now just skirted around and avoided all these enemies, and that is why he is in such a demanding position right now of this competition.
It becomes impressive when you really get nice and nerdy with it, like Ozzy and I do like to do. Obviously, we're well invested into Fortnite at this point. But, you know, it plays out, right? It plays out. We see consistently now, like not just Booger's performance right now, but this has happened across multiple regions. Players that can effectively, successfully mirror these type of rotations and put them into effect. I mean, it's a winning formula for success. And we're seeing Booger use it and actually win with it right now, right? 33 points. That is the greatest that he's done in some time now. Especially, you know, we're talking in reference to DreamHack and the recent solo competitions.
Yeah, I mean, I know you said invest in this. I don't know about you, but I'm starting to like dream rotations. Like I dream myself seeing Fortnite maps and zones closing. It is getting a little bit ridiculous at this point, but Booger making a very clean rotate here. Getting held a little bit by the player down at Camp Cod. When we got that beautiful map shot last game, I did have to notice there's only one player at Camp Cod. That is a lot of loot for a single player. Not entirely sure who it is, but it's the person who's causing a bit of problems with Booger here, but not huge problems. We tune in with Stowe, who is still around. No, it looks like, yes, possibly still around that caddy corner drop. Could have rotated here from caddy corner. He probably has, but has the 2 peppers in hand. He's in 33 points and maybe changing up his playstyle. He's not going as aggressively. Last game, we saw he hung around at caddy corners to try and get the extra loot out of it. Either he has not dropped caddy corner this game, or he quickly left it and did not want to get into that more aggressive fight that he was so comfortable taking last game.
Yeah, I could definitely see someone like Stowe possibly using those peppers to get out nice and early. You think about the dominant lead he's managed to set up here so early, or, you know, midway throughout the competition. This is not one you want to lose out on. Let's not forget, ladies and gents, if you're tuning in from home, there is prizing on the line. At the start of the show, we managed to break it down just a bit, but hundreds, and if you're at the very top, thousands of dollars here, right? Just to go ahead and qualify your way to heat. So it's not a matter of just coming out on top to show that and prove that you are the best. It's also some money on the line. So first place or being at the very top means a lot more.
Yeah, I feel like Sundown was talking about earlier in the pre-show today, the Benji Fishy, the win and the pride that came from that would have meant more to him than the $5,000 he walked away with. And I'd have to agree, having met Benji Fishy when he came to AO, he traveled all the way from Europe to Australia to play in a major tournament just for the joy of it, for the experience of it, not even trying to get any kind of return on the investment. But only Fortnite, a game with so much money in it at such a competitive level, could $3,000 or $5,000 be overlooked as the major reward of a tournament. And this is happening 4 times. This is just for qualifying. The amount of money on the line when they actually get to the FNCS finals is ridiculous.
And talk about ridiculous. That was a ridiculous shot right there. Pixel flashed, and for a second he managed to ping him on the quick rotate there. And these are some crucial types of tags you're finding here. He's going to find 2 more, just utilizing that first shot accuracy with such precision from up here. And you're seeing it play into full effect. I'm not sure if he's going to need all these tags, but hey, it's something to start setting him up for success right now, this early in the competition. What I am worried about for Stowe, though, is the fact that he's not gaining more medium ammunition, right? He's just sitting there. He's blowing away what little that he does have. And if he was to even find a Elam, the chance of him picking up the loot is kind of unlikely, considering he's taking long-range engagements.
Very true. And now we get that Storm Surge warning, though. At 21 below here for Aegis. So Aegis has a great inventory of meds. He's got a great inventory in general, but needs to get some damage on the board. Has that epic pistol in hand. Only 67 bullets. You touched on it. When it comes to these Storm Surge games, these players don't have as long to loot. They have to loot quick and move, and you don't get as many eliminations, so you don't get as many refreshes. Playing normal Fortnite, I feel like ammo is not normally something you have to be very conscious of, but in these lobbies, you have to. Aegis gets a couple of nice little ticks there, but he's still one below now. Just that one extra damage. But like we've said earlier, you can't rest. You need to get as high above the Storm Surge as you can, because it can flip very, very quickly. Last game, there was 57 people live when Storm Surge went active, so 7 people felt the wrath of Storm Surge last game, and you do not want to be one of those people.
Definitely don't. It can change how you approach a battle, can put you in somewhat of a panic, right, and force you to do things that are out of your comfort zone. I think that's what Storm Surge kind of influences the most, right? It allows the pressure to be put on different shoulders, and that will determine your positioning on the space on the field. Think about it. If Azers has a player nearby him that's in the same predicament as well, he could get dived on. But here's a look at your top 25, or a little kind of hint here. Top 25 currently features all 3 former teammates in trios: Booga, Clarity, and Stretch. Nice fun fact there from Prodigy. Gotta love it, having one of your favorite trios all sharing success here.
I believe we also have Jamper in here as well, right? I believe we saw Jamper, or we definitely saw Avery. Sorry, I think we saw Avery, but I'm not sure about Jamper. But there's a lot of people that Booger has been playing with in trios who are insanely competitive players, and that's what it comes down to. There's quite often people. We saw yesterday Kanata get a very big elimination onto Clicks, and whether it feels better or worse when you take down a friend, there is a lot of people in this that know each other very personally, and they're kind of jostling for that top position. These guys are all incredibly famous in their own right, but they're all trying to hold on to that mantle or hold on to that position of being one of the best, if not the best solo players in one of the most difficult regions. It's a hard position to hold on to.
I do agree, but now things are starting to heat up. Azers is going to have someone diving into his box, and this is what I was literally just talking about. This is what happens when Storm Surge goes into effect. It determines your placement in your position as well. Players have to hop in, and Noshi there, you can see, was under the effects of Storm Surge, under the influence of the Surge, being forced to hop into the box. Even with his strong loadout, he could have waited a little longer, though. It's kind of unfortunate, right? Because he had all the fish there to back him up, but just shows, or goes to show, that players are going to try to make the best of it. On your right-hand side of the screen, though, guys, is your format. Victory Royale, 14 place. And you can see after breaking into that top 10, it's just a single placement as you continue onwards towards 5th, 3rd, and then 2nd. So those final placements mean so much later as you dive into the game, later as in deep into the games.
Yeah, Trap killed, not getting deeper into this game, though, unfortunately falling. He did just drop inside that top 75, so we got 1 point for this game, but Sticks put him in the dirt there, unfortunately. Has 1 big pot, 3 crash pads, but he falls, and now he's got a great position there. And again, that was just getting lobby focused there. A lot of people get very frustrated by it, but it can do a lot to do with your positioning, what materials you're building out. Unfortunately, they're building out of wood. It is a very easy material to break. A lot of players will invest their time into breaking through the wood to get some good damage in. Got to switch up to those hard mats, the brick and the metal, to really try to avoid people.
I do agree, but here's Booga now moving down the side of the river. He's going to get shot up a few times, so forced onto defense. Looking at the cursor, it looks like the enemy is not necessarily going to dive in just yet. No, Booga's going to get lucky here and manage to heal up. Remember, he did rotate nice and wide from Rickety Rig all the way to the eastern side of the map, coming in by the retail road, the dock section, right? The back half. Acorn, on the other hand, coming in a little bit more direct from the southwestern portion. And you can see how many players are looking to start collapsing and setting up shop just outside of the storm line. There's a bunch, and he's getting griefed right now by Storm crash pads being thrown in onto his base.
Yeah, the crash pads, they're being used in a way we haven't seen too much at the moment. The crash pads obviously being used to move a late game, but also get into the boxes. But you can throw those crash pads under people's builds to try and expose them and break those builds from a distance. I just talked about how good strong mats are, though. Acorn comes around the corner, getting the elimination onto Bruce, someone that we saw yesterday, Monster, causing a lot of issues with some of the bigger names, getting some big eliminations, but Acorn turning it on him. But I was just going to say, with those hard mats, they take a long time to break through if you are using your AR and that little ammo you have. But a crash pad can instantly break through any rarity of mats, no matter how strong they are and how fully built they are.
Azers, though, putting some pressure down with this pistol here. He did manage to escape the surge, so good to see him still standing. Didn't have to use his floppers either. He's got 4 flops and 3 slurfish, completely capped out on the best heals in the game. 6 crash pads for the rotate as well. This is a time and place now where you have to decide with such a dominant position here of whether or not he wants to go for the build to the new zone or crash pad across. There is some loot there, though. It's floating down the river. There's a launch pad floating down the river. Yes, this is one that you have to run for. I do agree. And someone actually wants it as well. They're going to have to fight for it if he really wants it.
I don't know if Age is going to fight that heavily for the launch pad, but you're right. I don't think he had any intention of rotating over there. Just saw an enemy get beamed there, but that launch pad, I think, changed things for him. It's the one thing he didn't have. He had the crash pads, the great meds like you talked about, but a launch pad, even multiple launch pads, so invaluable right now, getting that half or first rotating potential as well. But looks like Pandush came in and took it from him, but Class, we saw have a classy rotate last game, but still get taken down early into the end game, trying to see if he can have a different kind of approach this game. We see Jamper on the feed as well, though, so Jamper is in here. There's Clarity, who we talked about too. Sprites there as well. There's a lot of people, big names, on that little just kind of, 4 squares from each other. That could break down very quickly. Reverse, someone who's been incredibly well, performing very well in trios at the moment. Also in solos, saw him clutch up a ridiculous game last week to qualify for the Booger Finals, but haven't seen him too much on the broadcast this weekend, unfortunately.
Yeah, it is definitely a hit or miss when it comes down to whether or not you're going to pull your weights in solos. On the other hand, though, hit or miss here is for Class, who's 7 below the Storm Surge threshold. 45 seconds are going to determine whether or not he's going to have to do something absolutely desperate here, but he's setting himself up to do something big. Let's see. He's walking right behind, and yes, he hits it. The 153. My gosh.
Just broke open that wall, just took advantage of the fact the player clearly tunnel visioning, could not hear him coming from behind, used that audio fire again. I talked about yesterday when someone is firing their AR, the audio cues are quite loud. Use that timing to break that wall and just sneak on in with the crouch, the reduction, the footstep sounds for the crouch. Booger with an interesting tactic here, leaving a window open into his 1x1 and sitting in the cone. I wonder if that's a tactic to make no one think that anyone is in that cone. Drops down, now he's got a fully built, or is to leave the metal wall fully built so he can spray out of it. He jumps down and takes out Secure. You talked about it earlier, Monster. You don't want to open that cone edit and take the shots from above there because it leaves you so exposed with a 360 exposed degree angle on you. But Booger drops down, goes to that little window that I was just talking about, and secures an easy elimination. It's just those little things make such a big difference, and it really separates the top from those average players who are making it here today.
Booger has been doing a fair share of new edits, right? We've seen some creative ones come out of him. He was doing that cone peek earlier as well, giving himself
straight
this
down.
Nice,
that was really good.
Weird angle. Yeah, so he has been on his innovative strategy. Love to see Booger shining right now as a solo player today. And for good reason, right? We're seeing him do things that are unorthodox, and maybe that's a part of his success as well. Not only does he have this strategy down packed for the rotate into this mid-game, but he also has some cheeky strats to play out of the box too. On the other hand, though, Kanata, using that launch pad across all the way. Kanata's fell short. He's had 2 games that he pulled a complete donut on. Let's not forget that. He was not scoring anything for a little bit here. Finding finally his way back to another mid-game, though, Ozzy. This is his opportunity to continue to tell everyone he is very much in this game.
And again, Kanata, one of those players who's proven himself as a solo player, had a ridiculous streak, became the NA East Cash Cup warrior. He won so many Cash Cups on NA East last season. Also, already qualified yesterday, came top 5, had a phenomenal performance, I believe coming in 3rd. So, doesn't really need to prove much, but Kanata, someone who always wants to prove something, wants to perform as best as he can, someone you know takes the game very, very seriously. And the loadout he has is not really good enough here, so keeping eyes on Kanata. Might be good if he tries to go for that refresh, because he's only got those 2 crash pads. As we get a nice wide shot here of everyone else. Kanata back on him, trying to find these AR beams, trying to find something simple, but everyone swapping out into their hard mats in that metal, that brick. It's just not worth spraying at. He needs to find someone who's making a rotate to pick up that easy elimination, but like you touched on earlier, he needs to get the refresh. The elimination has to be close. It's why in these end games you see a lot of the players opting for these box fights. Here it is, the phasing we talked about earlier. We broke it down earlier. It is one of the best techniques you can use right now, putting the stair, throwing the crash pad on it to just fall into the box and just get the easy elimination. And just like that, Kanata finds his refresh and he gets the mats from it as well. It's not at range. Beautiful play from Kanata.
It's so free too. Like, you got to think about it, right? Most people set up the defense like, all right, I'm gonna go wide so no one jumps in through the side. But now that you can enter through the top with these new strategies, it is so easy for them, and Kanata making it look that simple right there. A player that I saw fall here, which I'm kind of sad about, is Acorn. Acorn had a great start today, but man, just not finding himself on this third round of qualification. On the other hand, though, Booga, we're tuning back in with, is on the low ground, tearing it up, continuing actually to continue to find his placement in the game, find his footing. Another launch pad's going to go out, though. I feel like he's kind of hurt, though, right? Look at his medium bullets. He doesn't have much, so he's going to be in dire needs for a refresh soon.
That was a really, really nice little mini refresh he got there as well. I saw him with the crash pads. Once you've built up the momentum with the crash pads, a lot of players will opt to keep going, but Booga stopped it, picked up the materials, then used the launch pad to get in safely, and now he's going to go back with those crash pads, but unfortunately, the reaction! I don't even think I saw that opponent. He just falls down, takes down Serbs with the blue tag. Just a little tag was enough to get that elimination, and the 3 points. Booga back in the box now, toe-to-toe, and no, he goes down. As we shoot back in with Aegis, who we saw earlier on front side of zone, looking to hold some plays. He's standing really close to this wall, gets a nice refresh, but he needs to be careful. He's exposing himself to anyone else who has eyes on him, but no one has eyes on him. He's putting on a clinic. We talked earlier about how good the pistol is. Putting a spotlight on it, I think you said, Monster, and he is putting a spotlight on him and the pistol today.
Dude, that thing does 25 damage from downrange, 50 for the headshot. So if you didn't respect the damage before, like I said, you have to, because Asia is showing you that you can put some serious work in with it. 5 elims for him, trying to continue to rack up, though, and he's playing that low to mid ground pretty beautifully right now. He's got the entire layer to himself. There's only a few players down underneath him, 3 players to be exact here, and Azers is actually quite vibing right now. Everyone else, though, is trying to battle for height. It's Daxter at the ultimate layers in a build off or fight off against Stratch. Jamper just nearby, listening to what's going on up top, but Daxter has got his hands full. He's trying to focus on both of them. Pistol in his hand as well. And this is the thing about the pistol, right? It's not that great for breaking builds, but it does have the damage to carry through.
We have to assume the caddy launch is also not in this game. I haven't seen it. Daxter on high ground, haven't seen anyone use it, have not heard that very, very noticeable audio cue. Right now we have Stretch on the low ground, though. That's the person I'm looking out for. Stretch is down there. He is playing his game. He is staying ultimate low front side. Daxter running out of builds up here. Needs to do something big very soon. 1 build. That is all he has to hold him in this. 2 floppers as well, so he can play the storm a little bit, but can he even get down from here with 1 build? He needs to follow these builds, get a refresh, or get down quickly, because things are closing out as Jamper picks up 2 eliminations on the low ground. Daxter trying to find this player that's back out in the storm, trying to pick up that easy elimination, but he's moving so well right now. Sitting back, the player comes up with a crash pad, gets some good damage out, but it's not enough as Rehan takes down exactly Stretch. Like I said, still in this game, representing Liquid here. We have E11 being represented by Daxter on the high ground. Stretch takes down Jamper. 2 players who are very, very familiar with each other. 3 players alive here. Daxter getting the easy shots out. He takes him down, takes down Rehan. That was the shockwave launch. No, it was the grappler, sorry. He's going up on the high ground now. It is Asia versus Daxter. Asia's on the back foot. He has no extra white meds, 24 health, 50 shield, 14 health as he takes a stone tick. Right now, Daxter's on the high ground. Can he somehow do something? Can he find the angle? And no, he does. Aegis goes down. He gets suffocated by the builds, and Daxter with a clinical high ground finish without having the shockwave launcher.
Slow and methodical with the height. He does make it work, and like we said, with that unorthodox loadout, making it all completely fall into his favor. Either way, though, we'll be sending it back over with Shayo and Sundown to break down all the action.
He forgets me every time, guys. He forgets me every time. I don't know why he does this to me, but here we are. Hey, shout-outs there to Daxter. What a sick win. And this is actually coming off the hands of this pistols, right? You specifically, Shayo, talked about this yesterday, and Ozzy and Monster Deface talked about it early in the game, but the pistols have actually risen to prominence in the hands of certain players. You guys maybe want to talk about why this is?
Yeah, I mean, Balla kind of reeled it home with the points that it was the headshot multiplier that really hasn't been changed for those pistols. So if you want to stay accurate, if you want to move fast while shooting, reloading, the pistols are the best things to kind of use and go for with that game style. Big damage at the cost of a shorter magazine.
And I would say the high rate of fire and the ability to also then press against boxes with it helps out a lot. And it's really a big reason for why these guys were able to rocket up the standings over the course of that last game. We saw both Daxter and Agers using it. Let's take a look at the standings and where everyone stays after the 4th game. And boom, right up there. Agers in 1st, Daxter in 3rd after that brilliant performance. But the stalwart Booga still holding on to that 2nd spot after 3 eliminations and another solid late game performance.
Yeah, Booga's trying to hold on to his throne, but there's 2 people sieging the castle, Agers and Daxter. They're here to play. They're not going down, and Moat, a drawbridge cannot stop them. That being said, though, right behind, not too many points behind them, we have Stretch. We have the likes of so many other people trying to rise up. Posed, Kanata, Keox, who we've seen every single early game control, one of the most powerful items in the game. Kit's Shockwave Launcher is there too, and these guys are backed by Victory Royales, him and Felix, at 13th and 14th place.
And one of the key things to note as we get into only 2 games left, the highest scoring game we've seen so far today has been 22 points on an 8 elimination Victory Royale coming through. So these players who are in the 20th range are still able to push towards the top, but they have to go now. There's no massive point comebacks. The absolute max you can get in a game is 34 with the elim cap, but still we've yet to see somebody climb into double digits on the elims, let alone in the final opportunity. So with only 2 more games left, if you're looking to make a push, whether it's for top 50 or for that #1 spot to try and dethrone the top 3 who've kind of situated themselves up there, you need to start doing it now.
Man, only a handful of games left. Will we see these players like Bugha hold off everyone else and be the one that can take that first place spot? Will Agers continue to push forward? Daxter, give us some more with the pistol. So much action here in NA East, and it's definitely picking up. With that being said, we are getting ready to get back into our last set of games here. So for now, let's send it over to... oh, actually, I'm sorry. I jumped the gun. We actually have a replay of what transpired there.
Yeah, and the key here is 3 players who are able to make their move. We talk about the first 3 games kind of setting the foundation and going. We're going to take a look at the players' runs who are able to put themselves in the spot to contend for the #1 position. Right now is Azures with that early pickup. Again, we talk about the well-placed tack shots and then using the pistol to pick up eliminations on the side. The high rate of fire allowing not only for high wall penetration, but also the non-nerfed headshot multiplier allowing for big hits in the bigger opportunity to pick up these eliminations.
Yeah, combine the damage with the know-how on when to shoot and where to be. Agers has a nice concoction to get all the way up to first place, but the question is, can he hold it? He got all the way to the end of this game, didn't end up getting that win. Daxter, we know, has one. So when it comes to tiebreakers, if these guys go head-to-head in the final game, there could be a little bit of an advantage overall for Daxter and less pressure on just holding out with more points. Rihan, though, was looking amazing in this game. He's shooting up 2 in that leaderboard, trying to obviously, well, he is qualified now after that performance, but he had a more classic loadout with a charged shotgun, gray all the way till the end of the game, trying to hit shots hard, and so much open room in his inventory that all he needed was an impact to really get started. After that, just controlled his space on the low ground.
And this is really kind of those chaotic backside of the storm fights that we've seen so often in competitive Fortnite that honestly get escalated by the water as well, because you get people trying to play almost, we talked about the old like snakes in the grass and the people hiding in the cornfield. Well, now it's just like the Barracuda's just under the surface, the Piranha's hanging out with just the heads poking underneath, and you have Rihan underneath with the tack shotgun. You talked about it going from the gray charge and the rare AR to a full loadout, also picking up the glider and a top 3 performance there. So clearly has the mechanics, has been playing some other high action APM game as well, as now we hop on board with Daxter, who is finally able to take away that victory route and currently sits in 3rd after our 4th game.
I could have all the props in the bin, but I don't have swimming goggles to dive deep with Daxter, because right now these guys are swimming in this whole ocean full of so many potential eliminations. Yes, we know they're capped at 20, and yes, almost kind of hit that mark in around 3 yet, but if you're maxing out elims as much as possible and winning, that's a surefire way to boost yourself to the top. For Daxter right now, you have to remember, it's not about qualifying anymore. He's basically there with 35 plus points. It's about winning the region, winning NA East overall. There's so many people there who are right next to him trying to do that, though. He blocks off Agers for just this one game.
And you can't forget, man, on the edge, you got Stowe and you have Stretch, who are just there. Because, again, for these guys that are in top 10, top 15, 20, they've already qualified, right? They're looking now to try and get that #1 spot. They want to be able to stand above the rest and say, check it out, guys. I was the one that walked away. And, of course, prize money is nice there as well. With only 2 games left to go, who will be the one walking away as the #1 player here in day number 2? Well, only one way to find out. We have our games being ready for us. Now, for real this time, let's get ready to send it over to our casters. What's his face and Aussie Antics. Love you.
Oh, Zeke's got the jokes. He's got the jokes today. He's going to take a shot every time I forget to shout him out on the analyst desk. It's all right. It's all love around here. I see how it is. But it's okay. Like he mentioned here, Aussie, who is going to be taking home the competition. We're here in high spirits for all of our competitors right now, right? We have Booga up top to the top. I mean, you saw the screenshot there that you posted. You got Azures up top in first place.
Yeah.
Daxter, right? We're talking a 2-way or 2-point split for first place.
This is crazy. It's so tight at the top, and now we're seeing that change in gameplay I talked about earlier. We have Cease now here getting, I think, quadruple contested authority. It was a very two-way affair before, and I think it even became a solo affair. Here's the player opening this. This might be good for Cease, though, ultimately to get back in this, because we know how good he is at this drop, and we see someone like Aspect that I have not seen dropping here for a while, have not seen him dropping here today, and maybe that lack of awareness to know that this door can open onto him is what takes him out, and Cease gets a free elimination. So possibly these are less experienced players dropping on Cease could actually play into his favor.
I mean, it definitely is. Cease kind of fizzled out coming into the later portion of the game, right? He started off super strong. We saw him catching those frags and playing that aggression with the grappler, but all of a sudden he fizzled out. So maybe this is the run that gets him back into the conversation, back into that top 10 discussion, because he's only 8 points off, and now with that elim, he gets that much closer to breaking into top 10. On your other hand, a player who needs quite a monstrous tide, he has to ride something serious here, would be Jamer, who's only at 3 points. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget, you want top 50 right now. So even for a player like Jamer, he is not out. He's got these 2 games in front of him. He just needs 2 great games to bounce back and hit back into the bubble of breaking into top 50.
And again, so it's consistency points as well. Like, it's worth the way that this whole format has been designed is it's going to reward consistently and playing properly the whole time. Even in these final games, if Jamie has a final last good game, there you guys, another elimination onto Cease though. We're probably seeing here now why maybe Cease has fizzled out. These extra people contesting him is not going in his favor as I thought it maybe would have, unfortunately. But as I was saying, Jamie only even needs maybe 1 good game in the 6th game. Even if he doesn't break into top 50, that's still more consistency points than qualify for the heats anyway as well. So it is worth playing every game to your best ability. But as we say that, these guys have had they have a monumental day ahead of them. This is them almost 9 hours deep into playing solos with a few breaks in between, back to back for 2 days. Some of these players like Cease after this who are going to be playing Fortnite solos for over 14 hours in 2 days, and that just shows their commitment to this. But those little mistakes are going to start showing themselves. So who has that composure?
That is true. Stowe, on the other hand, is one that looks like he's got it. Box is the one that's on the back tail. I mean, we saw Box have a great game 4, showcasing the 3-piece chicken nugget back-to-back elim chain, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. But wait a second. He fires back. He claps back onto Stowe. That was a huge shot here. 48 HP remaining onto Stowe. He has to pop this mini here. The ramp's going to break there, so it's not going to go through. And now Box catches a moment, and Stowe finds a moment as well to heal here.
So that was a nice shot, though. Unfortunately, Borks does go down, but Stowe using that tree so well, using that just environment to get that right-hand peek and get a heavy shot out. But Stowe claps back, like you said, he capitalizes. He gets the final clap, and he does clap him here. So Stowe gets 1 elimination, walking away with only 31 builds. But if he does have Orchard under control now, he can get plenty of builds here. He can also maybe utilize, there's a lot of peppers there. So Stowe has confirmed, changed up his drop spot. He is no longer going caddy corners. He went there at the start, got his lead, and now he wants to go somewhere more consistent. Maybe playing into that kind of mentality I talked about earlier today, that in the final games, that's where the mythic drops get more contested, and that's what's catching Cease off guard. Maybe players like Cease need to have a backup plan, as we tune in with Trap killed a player that I would consider relatively unknown for his position right now in top 10, and he's in a fight here, and he's trying to get this Tfue classic out, the jump shotgun shot. It's not really as much of a difficult mechanic as what it used to be, but with the charged shotgun, having that bit of delay, it can be harder. And look at that, drops down. Good guy Nani feels it as he charges that shot up, waits for his shot, just has that extra composure not to rush the shot, and it hits home. And Trap killed now walking away with 2 eliminations in a pretty good spot inside top 10.
Yeah, it's more like a telegraphic play at this point. You know that players are going to be using it, so it's one that typically you can defend against, but with no builds and low ground in the water, it's nothing that he can do about it. He's out of the game. Here's a look at Azures and how he's gathering up his loot connection here. Getting his fish on right now in the Slurpy Swamp section. There are so many threats nearby that I'm kind of worried for him at this point. I see someone crouching off in the distance. Yes, it's this play right here. And it's going to be the hunting rifle shot followed up by the extra AR spray from Sprays himself. And the burst, oh my gosh. Yeah, of course it was going to connect. It does high damage in quick concession.
And that's it. First place is now down that 2-point difference. So Booger, who came into this game on 40 points, is now just kind of biting at the heels of Aegis, because Aegis is out of here. He can take the lead. He can run away with it. Daxor and Stowe as well. But mainly right now, Daxor and Booger are the main ones you're looking at, as they were only 1 and 2 points behind Aegis respectively. And he is now out of there. So this is going to change up the leaderboard in a big way. It's having that consistency. You can't go down those middle. Oh, and we see the burst rifle again here. Danny maybe putting down some serious damage here with the burst rifle. Happy with that. Doesn't want the refresh, realizes the other player still has some shields, just going to back up, take that free 1 point on 26. So not a bad performance from them today, just kind of knocking on the door of that top 10 position.
That's right, he's right outside asking for the big boys to let him in, and he's getting closer and closer here. All he needs is a few more players to fall for that placement to start being divvied out. But like you said, the ramifications of Asia's fallen out of the competition already means that first place is quite literally up in the air for grabs. The placement threshold was only a 2-point difference, so he can slide in any which favor. Now that he's not in it, it's going to have that snowball effect. He's going to start rolling down the mountain. We'll see, though, if other players can step up to the plate here. That's what matters most. Acorn's one that's going to have to do something big right now. Like we mentioned at the start of this entire show, he had a great qualifying round 2, literally taking the throne there. But this is where it matters most, getting that top 50. And he's on track. He's in 25 points. He might just be well on his way. And yes, he walks right through Niddle, making a marching stampede through the box with the compact.
Acorn showing why he did. We talked about it earlier. He had the second highest amount of eliminations in the semi-final round before this, with only 4 of 7 games played. So knows how to play aggressive, and he's pulling it out here. But it's that consistency that's going to get him through. But Moss, I want to talk a little bit about what today could mean for the story of competitive Fortnite, where if we see a Benji Fishy victory and a Booger victory, how insanely ridiculous would that mean for Fortnite? Actually, we'll run the infographic and then we can have it, because that will be a long discussion.
Currently in 50 with 12 points is Sloth here, who could become the first player to finish 250 with 0 eliminations.
Wow.
So Sloth has made it this far just off of placement points alone, showing that you can break into top 50 with whatever your play style is. And I love that. I love that we're highlighting players like Sloth, who are just here to do their thing, right? Breeze their way through and avoid conflict. I mean, you got to think about it. He's still getting past the Storm Surge, too.
Yeah, he's definitely still getting tags. Not like he's just avoiding people, and that's why that Storm Surge mechanic was implemented. You can't just find a corner of the map and sit in it and hope no one finds you. He's getting damage out, but maybe on brand too. I feel a little bit bad for doing Sloth like that, highlighting him on the feed as someone playing passive. Maybe he knows that. Sloth, he's going slow and steady. He's finding his way through it. He's chill. He's going to be consistent, and we're going to see how he goes. That would be ridiculous, qualifying in without an elim. But again, it shows a lot of composure and still a lot of smart gameplay.
I do agree. Someone on the other side, though, is looking to find something massive here. It's going to be the Big Pullman. Big Pullman's on the bubble right now for breaking into that top 50. And yes, there he is. Going to find his 18th point now. These are massive for him. If this region is going to play out like any of the others that we've saw throughout the day, it's going to be about 21 points, right? Anywhere from 20 to 21 plus points. So if you can get towards that 22, 23, 24 mark, then you know, almost sure, almost guaranteed, like, all right, you have that top 50 slot and the pressure could be up. So for someone like Clicks here now, right, these are the things they're thinking about.
He'd be feeling the pressure too, going through his second last med kit. So he's going to go up to 100 effective health here. No shield with only 1 med kit and 12 builds. He needs something big. If it wasn't for that maybe sniper in the inventory, I think this is going to be a very difficult one. But you never know, Clicks can pull out a nice little snipe. I saw him hit one ridiculously yesterday in the finals. I think it was like a 230 meter running headshot snipe. So he has the ability, but no, it's not going to come down to that. It's going to come down to a box fight where we do see Clicks shine. Doesn't matter, doesn't need any shield. He takes him down, squishy falls, and Clicks gets a massive refresh. That's exactly what he needed. And I want to say it got delivered to him, but that player tried to capitalize, but Clicks just with the precision and the aggression, even though only being on 100 health, it did not matter. He capitalizes.
That's right. And I just wanted to talk about Clicks' performance a little bit here. He's already hit that top 50 from yesterday, right? He was just shy or just within that top 20, but the reason you want to continue to do your best, like I said, this is probably the best practice you're going to get for the actual grand finals of FNCS and, of course, the heats, right? So you want to be playing your best all the way through. On the other side, though, his class here is looking to get on into this action. No, he's not playing the favorable angle, though. And now he's getting pinched between multiple players. So I'm going to switch some layers now, though. He's going to go up and shot in the back on the rotate out. No, he doesn't have heals either. This is not looking good. Here comes the stinkers. The 120, though, on the peak. And now this is a fight that's reasonable. Yes, he ends up winning it. Texter falls here to Class.
It wasn't looking good, but he turns it around. That one big charge shot is why they're so deadly. There's so much of a more defensive advantage. If you sit inside and you charge up that shot, you can get so much more damage out than if you're aggressively pushing forward with it. And Class proves that there. Gets the elimination. He's still not looking too great for it, though. Only 71 health, 50 shield, and 1 mini, but gets the extra point, and he does continue going. Class, we saw last game, had some good rotates. Can he pull it out here? I'm not entirely sure. Set up next to Acorn, someone we just touched on, is maybe not someone you want to get set up next to if you're a bit weak, because he might be able to smell the fear.
That's right, and Acorn's having a great show so far. I mean, like, his games have been pretty decent. He's made some few big title waves come his way, and that's why he's around that 26, 27 point threshold. So he's just well on his way into that top 50 already as well, which is looking very, very great. Let's not forget to break into top 10 here. It's only a few points away. The NA East at the top has been very close. I'd say anyone within the top 30 has been in striking range of top 10 throughout the entire course of these last 5 games that we've watched unfold.
Yeah, I want to circle back on that point I was making earlier. We could finish today potentially with a Benji Fishy win out of EU and a Booger win out of NA East, which would be massive for the storylines. I know most people following competitive Fortnite always like to figure out who is the best player in the world, and it's so hard to decide with Fortnite. It is constantly changing, but you have Benji Fishy, someone who's been so consistent in every tournament since the beginning of time, but at the same time hasn't really maybe had as much kind of success when it comes to the stack lobbies, clicks, getting a big elimination on aliens, but hasn't really had that performance like Booger did at World Cup, for example. But Booger, since World Cup, hasn't had any major insane performances either, but now today has a chance to stamp his mark on that, and it's going to just keep that conversation open of who is the best solo player in the world across regions, as we have to probably wait quite a while until we get to fully decide that again at another World Cup.
That is true, but either way, we could see a fairy tale ending for the day as it rounds out. It's getting closer and closer. If there was any opportunity here to do it, it's now when Azers is out of the game. So I don't think we've actually touched down with Booga this round so far. If the team can do a little swing by, I'd love to get caught up to see how he's doing. We already know his drop spot's been fairly uncontested. But hold up, though. We have some action here on the storm line. Someone was actually looking to step in and around here. You got to think how much damage this storm does. I think this is a 5-tick zone here. This might actually be the 2-tick because it's still zone 3, but either way, it's damage you don't want to take. So for someone to be standing back there trying to find some cheeky angles, that's pretty much a big threat nearby here for Soul.
Yeah, also a long rotate. I'm just seeing that white line go way off the minimap. It's looking like it's far. He's got the launch pad in the back pocket, but you don't really want to waste that one. He's holding these builds now, opting to use those hard mats. It's Stowe that's above him, so someone else. This would be a big pickup for Stowe if he can find it, because he needs to make this rotate. So that could be a fight worth watching here. Is Gabe now making his rotate as well. Someone we saw doing well yesterday, Monster. Haven't seen him too much today. 18 points, so not bad. He is, again, around that kind of, like, I guess, like maybe top half of the field, or top quarter, I'd say, but hasn't maybe had that one big game performance he's looking to maybe close out with in game 5 and 6.
Yeah, he's only one good game, honestly, away from breaking into top 10. So, like we said, anyone around this 20 or so close point threshold are the ones that you want to keep an eye out on. Gabe pulled through his qualification yesterday. Top 10 performance. I think he was 9th, so got to put some respect on it. Like I said before, Gabe's somewhat underrated, Liquid Gabe. He's always been there. He's always been there, but hasn't quite done anything extremely outstanding to put him amongst the conversation with the best of the best. But you do have to give respect where it's due here. That's a lot of credit you have to give to Gabe, who's been a part of the scene for a long time now.
And that's what this FNCS is going to really prove as well. We had the FNCS Invitational last time round with the Stolas, but obviously until Heats, you didn't have these set lobbies. This is so much practice in set lobbies, but it's also so much of an opportunity to prove your consistency and prove just how good you are as a solo player. Ooh, as Stretch or Strash goes down, I'm not entirely sure. Class gets a really, really nice headshot there, gets the free elimination, hits him with the sleeper.
Jeez.
But like I was saying, it's a lot of people obviously have that argument. You got people out there who are absolute cash cup warriors. You have Unknown Army, you have people like Wavy Jacob, maybe sometimes haven't proven themselves so much in these set lobbies, and that's what gives the opportunity to do. You have 4 set lobbies before you even get to Heats, and then you have those set lobbies as well, and then finals.
Well, here, look at this, Aussie. As you mentioned, if Booga can actually hold on to his spot right now, it would mark the first time since FNCS Trios that both Booga and Benji Fishy placed first in the same day. So we can literally see a historical finish, almost like a biblical finish, right? The history repeat itself here. If Booga can just get first place, which, like we said, Azer's falling is so likely, right? It's very, very much doable. It's within his reach right now to pull this off.
Yeah, now I was just about to say that one other contender we haven't seen have a sight on is Daxor, and here he is though. So we do still have Booger, Daxor, and Stowe up there who are right up in the very, very top. So we also have Stretch knocking on the door too. Can we have the old duo mate maybe cause an upset in 5th place? So as much as Ages is down here, all the other Sharks aren't, and they're lurking, and Daxor is looking good. He's in a good spot right now. He has the short pad too. Hits the little short pad, edits that cone above the head so he doesn't get the full trajectory out of the launch pad, doesn't go as high. It means you don't go as far, but it leaves you, when you're in the sky, as much as you're traveling a great distance, there's nothing you can do if you start getting focused. When the shots start flying and you're in the air, you can try and do some wheelies, try and reel around in the sky, but you kind of want to keep close to the ground like that for Daxor so he can build up. And there is Stretch there too. So that is all of the 5 people we have eyes on, and thank you for the Obs team. We now know exactly where they're all sitting, and they're all sitting pretty good.
That's what I was going to say. If there's any 2 big names you want hovered, or you don't want hovering close to one another, it's Liquid Stretch and E11's Daxor here, who are now right on the same coastal line, sharing the most congested portion of the line, because these players are all going to be touching down. Just look at that. Look at that map. Yes, it's a little rainbow being formed there on the archway. They're all going to start stacking up. The clutter is going to happen there.
Yeah, and there's that one player that's really in that nice northwestern corner. If the zone pulls towards northwest, we are going to see a mass migration of Stretch, though. Looks like he's dropping some crash pads in. I think he's just trying to get some easy beams. Still has 6 of them in the back pocket. He's going in for it. Here we go, going through the sidewall. Gets straight in. We talked about how that's a more difficult trick to get into the box, but it works. Takes down Ronnie Boy. Stretch kind of just taking this game into his own hands. That's not a fight I would often see Stretch take. He doesn't really need that fight. He had good mats. He had crash pads, meds, but he wants those points. Stretch is not settling for anything other than a win today.
Let's not forget, Stretch is on a hot streak. He just came off of his run over in the NA East DreamHack Opens, which was a phenomenal run, by the way, all of which had several top 5 finishes and just ridiculous placements across the board. So he's got a winning formula that he's been putting into play. Someone that has been so flexible today is Booga, though. Just look at that. He takes apart Keox from downrange here with the epic AR, and now he's looking for more, though, trying to hunt for the players on a backline. That's not free loot that he's given away, not just yet. 7 seconds, though, until the zone reveals itself, and then we're going to find out how this is going to play out, because if it favors him, oh my gosh, we can see him be gaining a lot of points here. But if it doesn't now, as it pulls west here, everyone's going to have to cut across.
Trendman here in our top 8 too. We've seen how much one big game can jump you up, like we saw from Kanata earlier in the day too. Trendman is inside that top 10 as well, so he can have a big game too. Has the launch pad, maybe trying to set it up. No, he's in a good spot here, trying to find the player beneath him. He wants to fight right now. He's got everything he needs to make this next rotate, but he wants it, and there it is. As I'm speaking of Kanata, I manifested it. Kanata just appears in the box, and Trentman wipes him from the map. Kanata having another difficult game here, and he's looking even better now. So he's going to have to hit that launch pad pretty soon, though. His zone is about to start closing, and he needs to make this pretty difficult rotate.
And can I just say that was like the worst case scenario for Kanata. He was trying to get into the box below him, but that edit that was already open sent him flying into the base. So little did he know it was like a trap door on the other side, and down goes Kanata. But back into the action here. Stowe's got a mean rotate to make 3 crash pads, and he's on the back portion of the zone now. Trying to get away with it, though. Moving for free right now. This is so risky. Yes, there is someone tailing behind him. Might be worth the crash pad here, but no, he's going to take the fight. He's going to take the gunplay, and he beats Zombie to the punch all the way through, catches the upgrade, and grabs the excess as well. So this is looking so good for Stowe right now. What a clutch elim for him. Now we're looking at several of our top 5 performers all finding frags, all making their way to endgame. This is not anyone's place game right now. It's literally in the air. It's a toss-up once again here on NA East.
It's one of the tightest leaderboards I've seen in quite a while in these set lobbies going into game 5. This is their second last chance, as we have Kaz. He's got no shield in the back pocket, but has 10 of those cabbages. Actually, some really good medicinal kind of items as well, though. You can pop them back to back to back. They give you a lot of health, but only health, no shield. As he's down here, his zone goes back across. So Daxor, who we just watched kind of rotate through that side of Salty, is looking in a good spot as Kaz gets a nice 87 tag with that blue tack, opting for the tack over the charge. Can he find another angle? The other opponent also using attack, so we might see a bit of a attack here, which normally those fights do close out a little bit slower as you don't get that very heavy charge shot. But Kaz looking here on the low ground, Nevermind wants to avoid this, wants to make the rotate, and he's just going through under all these builds. And there's a player right there. I'm guessing he has no builds. Kaz doesn't even want to go for it though. Or there it is, going back for it. That player backed up against the corner. He could tell he had no builds. Pre-end was hiding, but Kaz finds him. 45 alive. Reverse goes down. This is when we're going to start hitting those decent placements very soon. You need to survive the next rotating zone, and you're going to get big placements.
And just look at the cabbages get put to place here, right? He's going to eat them all. They've managed to heal him up. And you can see they can beat the Storm barely, but they will do the trick for a little bit, biting you a couple ticks there. Brian thought he was safe down there, but he wasn't, and he pays the price to Kaz. Acorn, on the other hand, though, now 30 points in the game, so he's looking pretty decent here. Great loadout as well. He's got crash pads, floppers, extra heals, and everything that he needs, and material to go along with it. So opted to break some crash pads. He's forcing players to have to move through his layer right now. Let's see if he can find something. No, this is the impact that he probably wants. Yes, he's going to be all white tagged, and this should be a freebie to the zone, and there it is. It's Miro. Miro's been on the wrong side all day long. So unfortunate, but it is how it is here. Acorn now finds the zone. It's actually
just went down.
So he moves slow.
Stowe goes down, so that's one of our top 4 now going down here. So Daxor, I believe, Booger still in this one though, but yes, he did get that solid damage there, and Miro falling because of it. Liquid Game, someone wanting to have a good 5th game, unfortunately goes down. Not a bad game, just inside top 30, but Booger here, no meds. He's only got 2 crash pads left, 16 builds. He needs a refresh really badly. How is he going to find it? Is he going to crash pad high? Is he going to fall in someone's box? Or is he going to use his box fighting prowess? Here is the edit, the wall take. I think he's looking for the box fight. Doesn't want to go too far in. The player gets taken down. Can he get the mats? I don't think he knows where the player who went for that elimination came from. He's going on to ultimate load. This is it. Back against the wall. 2 builds. This could be Booger's entire tournament. He has already qualified today, but we know Booger, coming off the back, World Cup solo winner, qualification isn't enough for this player. How can he find his way back into this? 1 elimination, 0 builds, coming around the corner, white tag, there it is. That's the refresh that he needed. Can he go for it? He's choosing not to. He knows there might be a player around that corner, just showing how smart he is. So many players would have seen those mats that they need. They would have pushed forward for them, and he gets it. Being smart, being patient, plays off in spades here for Booger. He picks up 2 eliminations, 21 builds, 3 elims in total now. No meds though. He is down to 57 health. He only has a few builds left. He's back down to 4 builds. It happens that quickly. You gain them and you can lose them. He's having to use them, but he's got to find his way back into it on the ultimate load monster.
And not only that, let's not forget, he wants this top 10 too, right? You want that extra placement, but no, he falls short. It's 12th, but still a valiant effort and a great game. Let's go ahead and take this wide shot in, though. Let's absorb this. It's Sid on height. Stretch fighting second height right now with Fish, and possibly Acorn and Jamper looking to get into the mix here. So the mid game, the mid tarp right now is so congested, and it's not looking good for anyone down there. Sid basically has a free pass across. Stretch is going to fall, though, to Clarity. AJ is going to take out Serbs as well. And now it's just Sid on height and Acorn in the mids here. Jumping down, though, looking for a big opportunity right now.
If Acorn doesn't drop down, we have a very good chance of a heal off here. I'm seeing 1 flopper. I'm seeing 5 chug splashes. That is a lot of white meds that he can use here. Like you said, still high ground. He doesn't want that. He's going for it. We've seen these crash pads onto high ground. They come in clutch so often, but no! The shockwave, we've seen this too. He's got the heals though. He can maybe make his way back in. He's going to have to use these perfectly, but he is not out yet. He is using those chug splashes as he moves. He's got the crash pad as well. The extra mobility is coming back for you. He's not done yet. He gave up. Acorn was counted out, but he might still have this in the bag. Low ground, tax shots come out. It's a 1v1. He gets to try and go for Sid. Sid knocked him out into Storm, but Acorn is having none of it. He wants to bring this back. He is saying, you got the shockwave launcher. It does not matter. I can still beat you. Acorn is on the low ground. This closeout zone is coming. Acorn used all his meds though, so he can't win this heal off. Sid out in Storm though, having to wrap around. He's got some meds himself though. Sid's out of builds, I believe. Acorn wrapping around. Can the tack be enough? Is it going to be enough? He's still got heals himself. He's going to win the heal off. He might not even have to edit out. He does. He wins the heal off. He closes it out on 100. A ridiculous performance from Acorn.
That was one of the sickest end games we've ever seen. Making it work with the heals in the final moments. Oh my gosh. Let's go ahead and throw it over to Zeke, Shio, and Sundown to break it down so they can give their thoughts on what just unfolded.
Guys, it took some time, but the acorn grew and became a mighty oak. It happened. Acorn with the clutch 7 eliminations. You love it, Sundown. This is what we have been waiting for. The 5th game here in NA East did not disappoint. Acorn just had it all. He put the pieces together, and he claims himself the Victory Royale. But there's so many things to unpack. Now, the first thing I do want to take a step back and talk about is a lot of these players in top 10, guys, they're being eliminated before top 75, before placement.
And I mean, them getting taken down early on and just dropping gives opportunities for players like Acorn to be able to capitalize and move up the standings and kind of make one of those late pushes. What we're seeing here are players who are in the top 10 dropping early on. You can see right there, Simple going down outside the top 75. Trap Kill, though he was able to pick up Elims, falls 67. 7pose, who is sitting at 10th place right at the start of the match, down in 83rd as well. And when you get into the clutch moments, you can't get game ended in this moment. And you'd think, oh, 28th, 7th circle, that's pretty good. But when you're trying to beat out players like Booga and players like Acorn for that #1 spot, you need to do better. And it's going to give an opportunity for players like Class to capitalize on that.
It's not even just the top 20 that are getting shoved down by these top 10 members. It's everyone trying to qualify today for those heats processes, trying to get past the 22-point threshold and up top. All these 30-point players are shoving down the rest of the lobby. Coop getting denied by Class. This man is basically a barrier of entry for the heats and grand finals, single-handedly taking out people who are close to qualifying. He's on a mission to make sure he defends his position, and that is so cool to see. Acorn too, the same story there. Early game, getting into quick fights. He knows that so many people are just shaking in their boots. They're on the back foot. Because of that, he just stomps over every single box. In end game pops off too, and he's soaring higher towards top 20. He's shoving people down to the bottom 100.
And again, we talk about that pistol meta, using that legendary pistol to good effect there and there again, finding eliminations on the edge of zone, really putting that gatekeeping potential. When you hold out opponents who are forced to rotate, you're in the safe zone, they're in danger, you're able to just kind of free reign, put bullets into him, and he's able to play this backside of the zone, and it turns into a number of eliminations and a late game opportunity for him. Getting the floppers and getting all of these meds on the refreshes give him more options, so when he does get shockwaved ridiculously far out of zone, he has enough heals, enough materials, and enough resources to get himself back in and to keep his opponent from shockwaving him back out. Notice how right away he boxed himself up, so Sid, who did have that shockwave launcher, who is rocking all of Kit's mythic loot, is forced off, and Acorn walks away with a huge 7 elim Victory Royale to rocket himself up into contention for that #1 spot.
Yeah, a literal bounce back in the game gives him a bounce back on the leaderboard with those crash pads. So cool to see from Acorn.
That's right, guys. Of course, we got to look at the standings. With Game 5 gone and done, 1 game remains. We have to take a look together. Now, what I'd like to point out is Prodigy Analytics gave us an incredible stat, and that is if Booga, who currently holds the #1 spot, can hang on, this would be the first time since FNCS Trios that he and Benji Fishy hit first place at the same time on the same day. This is what is at stake right now, though. Acorn saying, Booga, I'm not going to let you get that far ahead. I'm going to keep it tight. I'm going to keep it close.
4 points separating him and Acorn right now after a fantastic run, but the tale of Booga has been all about consistency. He's made it to nearly every single endgame. He's making his rotations early on. He's not getting caught out in his early game paths, and that's what's really been key to him maintaining that top position.
And I would usually call out a bunch of names here from the 11th all the way down to 50th place slots, but what I want to make sure you guys know is that Game 6 is coming up. That last game, Acorn, a bunch of people we saw in Endgame, basically just segmented where their pieces are on this big chessboard for this final game. We know who can move around and just get as many eliminations as possible in any direction like the Queen. We also know that there's people who are barred by pieces in front of them trying to bake that top 50. So it's all about this final game, all about every single move you make from early to end. That'll define your entire weekend and this round 3 for these guys in NA East.
And you got a little bit of pride to it, right? Like going
Yeah.
down into the final game, regardless if you've lost every single drop, if you're on 0 points, you want to get on the board. You want to make it into the one game. You want to see something positive come out of it. You want some form of momentum to take away into the Cash Cups of next week and into next weekend's FNCS qualifiers 3 and 4. Because if you can't get yourself rolling, then what's the point?
And a lot of this is practice, right? Because though we're not quite in the heats, there's still these like micro interactions happening where you're basically getting that same quality, right? That same fight that you will take then, you're getting to experience it now. And whether you win or lose, you're able to say, what do I need to do? How can I improve upon this for then?
Yeah, it's pressure, Zeke. It's pressure these guys are facing now, and it'll be even bigger on the weekends to come, especially when, you know, there were 4 qualifier rounds literally yesterday that we're ready to play. Now after this, we'll be down to 2 more. So to see that just taken out in 2 rounds, like in 2 days, it's insane.
1 game left, Fortnite fam. Let's send it back over to Monster D-Phase, Aussie Antics to get into the final game here on the first weekend. Take it away.
And there you guys have it. It's game number 6, and we're jumping straight in with Booga, who's holding the throne right now at first place. But this, at the very tippity top, is a tight race for first. No one is safe. The entire top 10 can quite literally steal the entire show here. It's Monster D-Face and Aussie Antics here on NAE's Day 2, and things are kicking off.
Things are kicking off in a big way, and you're going to hear a lot about Booger here. It's a big story, but actually, we're going to jump over with Stretch, his duo mate, who I was about to mention, though. Stretch in a fight. Also, still in contention here. He is up there just outside top 5, so Stretch could cause a big upset for his old duo mate, Booger. And right now, Stretch trying to find his way through. He's had Misty on lockdown here. We saw him going to easy elimination on Jamper before here a couple games ago. Right now, trying to get into this box. His player's got the edit now. Stretch just playing nice and slow, nice and controlled. Has all the pieces of this build. Just needs to take that roof, but doesn't get a chance. A 24 tag. Player comes out, misjudges the aggression. He's flying out of here, but Stretch with insane accuracy takes down Ral. And what I wanted to say here was Booger needs to have this final performance. He has struggled in finals. World Cup, obviously, solo World Cup winner, walked away with $3 million. Since then, though, in FNCS, especially team game modes, he has struggled a little bit in the finals. Duos came 5th with Stretch. In trios, won one of the weeks, but still struggled to capitalize in the finals. Is he going to crack under pressure, or are we going to see a World Cup moment where he runs away with the victory?
He's already on track right now, and all he has to do is continue to hold it out. But we've seen that's not an easy feat, not for anyone. And that's what it all comes down to, being consistent all the way through. Let's not forget, guys, with that elimination right there, that pushes Stretch from 6th place to 4th. So shows you at the top,
One elimination.
It's no easy feats.
So close.
Hold up, Aussie. We got a little fight here. Passive, trying to get in on Clicks. Clicks is at 20 points right now. If he didn't qualify yesterday, this right here would be the end of Clicks, and he'd have to come back through series points or something of the sort. Because just like that, he would have been taken out. So Clicks ending his day at 20 points after game 6. That might not be enough for the other players on the bubble.
Might not be enough if they can break out there. Just an unlucky beam through the windows there. Just didn't cover his angles. We talked earlier, Clicks, the king of Pleasant, but a little bit of lack of drop knowledge there. Maybe just didn't have that window covered. Got beamed a little bit. Trentman, a player that I know very little about. I'm happy to admit that. A new name on the come up, I believe. And he is currently still inside top 10 with that 38 points. Looking to maybe make a 39. His players below him has the high ground advantage. Let's see if he wants to aggressively push this. This is the kind of the difference when you see these players. He is in top 10. He's in the final game. Can he close it out, or is he going to try and play passive here, and will the nerves get to him as he now gets pinched? This player drops down, follows the exact same rotate the Trentman followed, needs to try and box fight his way out with a great hack, and no! Ooh. As I say that, top 10 falls. He is going to qualify, guaranteed. He's going to take home a little bit of cash, but I still don't think that'll hurt any less there, unfortunately.
That's it. That's your 8th place hold out of the competition, being put on a pause here. 38 points is 8th and 9th being tied up. Top 10 is a current cutoff of 37th. Acorn in 2nd place in the overall setting here in the competition. Let's not forget that if 4 players fall, a point gets divvied out to everyone. So to see players like Trentman get taken out, to see players like Stretch here continue to hold out, these are big opportunities for them to continue to inch their way up.
It's worth noting as well, Acorn and Booger have the same amount of eliminations. Going into this game, they're on 13 eliminations apiece. We talked about how aggressive Acorn was in the semis, and we've seen a lot of aggression here today in the early to mid game, and that's where he's shining. He's getting those elims earlier in the game, but Booger is really capitalizing end game. He has those extra 4 points from placement, but also I would say that Booger is getting his eliminations towards the end. So the difference is going to be here, if Booger goes down early, can Acorn play consistently to end game as well, like Booger has been, or is Booger just going to keep pulling out those beautiful rotates and make it to end game where he also gets those eliminations? I would not be surprised if we see Acorn draw back that lead a little bit with some more early eliminations, but Booger shows his endgame prowess as Daxor gets in. If Daxor goes down here, no, he doesn't. That's your third place as well, someone who is still nipping at the heels of Booger, and with a big game, Daxor could still pull this off here as well.
Let's not forget, Daxter and Acorn actually have the Victory Royale lead over Booga, so Booga has to win with a clear fashion. There is no tiebreaker, exactly. It's not in his favor. Not right now, not as it stands. Stowe, on the other hand, in 7th place, 11 eliminations, 39 points in the competition, needs to do more. He's on the fight with Box here. Box having a much better day than he did yesterday, but Box finished in the 90s yesterday. So he needs this fight. He needs to stay in the game if he wants to hit top 50 and qualify for the heats right here, right now.
And Bork's one of those players that's showing that consistency, showing the improvement though, right? Yesterday, struggled a little bit. Today, he's picking up the pace a little bit. So it doesn't qualify today. We might even see him next weekend as well. Remember, we do still have 2 qualifying days after this, but there is still so much on the line here. Qualifying out of this, trying to get even through opens into semifinals and NA East is no small ask. It is very difficult to get up there into that top 100. So you really want to secure your placement on the day that you get it. And it just takes so much more of the pressure off as Stowe is just sitting pretty here. I think Stowe must have changed his drop spot again. I believe this has to be probably the 3rd time we've seen Stowe change his drop spot. First caddy corners, and then we saw him more around that kind of lake house retail row mountain area, and now we're seeing him much further kind of over. This could still be the same drop spot. He's just taken a different rotate, but he's much more around that Frenzy Farms kind of orchard area now. Probably wants to close this one out with Borks. Obviously, I'm guessing Stowe has done the damage to Borks to know he's low, but no, Stowe is going to back off. Borks is going to let him, but oh no, maybe the chop down or the wait. The sneaky play, he drops down. Borks saw him though. Borks was aware. He knows that he's still here. He's not falling for it. Obviously, Stowe tried to convince him that he ran away, but Borks can now hear the footsteps. Stowe must know that he knows. We've got a little bit of a cat and mouse here. A much slower battle than we've seen recently, but Storm probably going to speed this one up. Storm is right on them now. There it is. Borks only has 16 seconds now to close out this fight. He needs to do something quickly. I don't know what the plan is here. He needs to pick up the pace. 10 seconds.
Time.
Where is he? He can't even find him. Borks with the misplay finds him now. 5 health, 4, 3, 2,
Oh
and he
my
gets
gosh,
it.
he
He gets
gets
it with
it.
3 health left. Stowe goes down here. Stowe was in 7th place and he goes down with 2 seconds to spare. 2 seconds and Borks would have been out of this, but instead Stowe falls and now top 10 is going to have a bit of a shake-up.
He might have just qualified himself through. Let's not forget, he got top 75th for placement now. That's a point. And of course, the clutch elimination with 3 seconds on the clock. Now he's going to go in and live off the land here, find some heals with that harpoon weapon. And this is going to be so good for Box. If he comes out alive and makes something even bigger than this, it's going to be absolutely incredible. Either way, we're going to have to keep a close eye on him because he is not safe just yet. 21 might be the cutoff, but it might also be a tie. It might be a throw in the air. So anything can still happen. He needs more work to be put in. Let's not forget, guys, Stowe falling there. That's your 7th place down. He's out of the competition and is Trent Man. There's opportunity for Clarity to come up, Rehan to come up, and for all the others to continue to push through and fight for first place.
Yeah, 21 was the cutoff yesterday for top 50, so Borks is right on that point. He's now using this, getting all his cabbages. We saw they were so strong last game for Kaz, able to heal in Storm for quite a while with them and come back into the game, so going to use them here. He's kind of hanging real deep in the Storm now. And looks like Bork's going to have to make his way through. We haven't seen any of those big names fall yet in the feed. You are, guys, just to remind you, you are looking for Booger, Acorn, and especially Class Ages and Daxor up there. Those are the names you really want to see around the top. But it is really a battle right now, especially between Booger and Acorn, as Ages, who had a rough game last game, is looking really good right now. That is a rainbow and a beautiful loadout.
Such a well-rounded loadout, and he's coming in close onto the zone. Let's think about this here. He's coming in early with a whole minute on the clock. So this zone has been favoring his drop spot position in general right now. And the fact that he's going to get here early means that he should be able to get deep into this storm or into this zone safely so that he can, base up and get comfortable. Let's not pause here now. If Azers just needs to exactly rally on through, push on past all this fire rate coming at him and just keep it going.
Day now trying to find his way through. Someone we saw yesterday, Day had some good fights yesterday, had some good eliminations. Haven't seen him yet on the broadcast today. 10 points, probably the indicator for why we haven't, but good loadout here. Again, he can still have a big game. 11 points, that 21 mark is what you're looking at for top 50. Is a tall order, but could still pick up some of those consistency points as we're going to slide our way into almost the top 70. Next placement threshold is going to be the 50. A lot of these guys are looking out for. And this zone as well. The zone is not going to be too bad. It's around that kind of holly edges. It's a bit more of a central map. I'm going to imagine the Booger is boat rotated and he's far on that west side now, maybe even that northwestern side, sitting pretty. And it was great to see this final game 6. As much as you don't want to see it, Booger uncontested again. It's those final games where everything can crumble. I know way back in a trio FNCS, the typical retail row, right? That drop spot that just had so much loot and so much power. And in the trio FNCS finals, so many teams fell when other people started contesting them for that extra loot. But Booger getting all 6 games of Rickety Rig uncontested is going to be instrumental in his success today.
Yeah, I mean, the story that you're talking about correlates directly to the mythic loot this time around. So Rickety Rig being free for him is just working out right now. Let's think about this, though. Day now has a big decision to make. He needs to find a shot, and yes, he's going to find it onto Ritual. So exposing himself is going to pay off there. You see the snipes just whizzing past now, and he's trying to go in for it. He's going to utilize the launch pad here to get a little bit of a scout on. Doesn't feel like it's worth anything with how many players are based up out there. Instead, he's going to sit down and relax here and camp on top of this free launch pad that he was granted.
Nice little launch pad spot there. It's a good spot to be in. We're seeing a lot of people in the central zone for this one as well. Not too many on the edges, and that's going to be typical of these zones that are more central, not as hard to rotate here. We've seen some pretty far northeast zones. We saw some far northwest zones. Saw some far southwest zones. Haven't really seen too many go to the east side here today, though, so a lot of those players dropping on that side, feeling a little bit hard done by the RNG gods here. But also worth pointing out for Booger right now, we currently have Clarity in 8th, Stretch in 6th, and Booger in 1st. So the old trio mate, we are very potentially going to see an end game where trio mate against trio mate is going to maybe cause a bit of beef, a bit of rifts between them. I talked earlier about when Clicks took out Kanata. Depending on who you are as a person, sometimes it feels extra good or extra bad to take down a friend or an ex-teammate.
That is true, but hey, that's the nature of Fortnite. That's what makes it so exciting as a battle royale. There are no friendships in solos. But take a look now as things are starting to settle down now. We're approaching into the later half of the game. Here's Booga, Western on the zone like we knew he would be. Rotating deep and around just north of the Holly Hedges. He's close to Ghost Niddle. Niddle hasn't been doing crazy today, but either way, everyone is still in the running for top 50. Remember, yesterday to today, only 22 players carried over that qualified from the first day. So that just shows you that there's so many more people. There are 78 other players that need top 50 here right now.
It's a lot of people who need to jump up in there and get into that more comfortable spot and a bit of breathing room as well. Some of those players that already qualified at the top might be sitting pretty, might be feeling a bit more breezy with it. Booger hits the launch pad, drops a little bit low. He's not going too far here with it. Still has the 6 crash pads as well to make his rotate around this, but he might just be sitting pretty on this little edge. He might not want to go too far into this zone. No, it looks like he wants to make his way through. It's going to be a different situation for Booger here, right? Think back to the World Cup. I remember it so clearly, the camera shot on Booger when it shows him and he knows he's won. He's laughing. He's sitting pretty. He's sitting back comfortably. Now he's in the comfort zone. Home picks up a limb on Nani. That's a big point. 1 point here for free like that is huge. I was going to say Booger's sitting comfortably at home here, but he's in nowhere near as comfortable as a lead as what he was at World Cup. So can he handle the pressure? We haven't seen Booger trying to hold on to the pressure of a first place without a large lead like we have in the past at World Cup. He started off strong and he finished strong, but here he's going to have to handle the pressure.
That's right. There is no free pass, not just yet. There's no victory laps, no smiles on the face. It's all sweat and eyebrows down as we're looking at Coop, who's making his rotate now, trying to get across to this safety zone here. Coop inside the top 50 right now. He's safe, but he wants more. He's fighting for more. He's fighting for top 10. Breaks his way into the box with a free pickaxe and doesn't expect for 20 to just sit there and allow him to beam him down. That's going to be a free frag and such a massive come up on material, loot, resources, and everything of the sorts. Coop is back in this game. 28 points for him is very, very nice.
Here we have Stretch, someone we haven't seen too early yet. He came out of Misty as well, so he came on a similar rotation path as Booger, normally opting to go through the land where Booger goes through the water, but possibly one of the worst loadouts we've seen on Stretch. It's not bad, but one mini, one flopper is not a lot of meds going into this endgame. He's got those 4 crash pads. Is Stretch going to show that aggression? Use those crash pads to get into a box. It looks like he might be looking for it. Here it is, trying to find someone. No, he's just seeing if anyone was here. Old wood builds. Is there a refresh here? This looks like a base that maybe someone got an elimination in.
Nice.
Or is he just opting to hold on to his crash pads? That's one extra crash pad that he keeps. That's one extra little bit of utility that he holds on to. Is that enough for him to push off? I'm looking for Stretch to get an impact here. Stretch knows he does not have the loadout to get to endgame, and here it is. He is chasing this elim. He has done a couple of tags, enough for him to think, I need this refresh. This is it. This is the tournament for Stretch right here. He gets in and he closes it. It's Lee Will he takes down, and Stretch gets the very much needed refresh, but can he survive the lobby focus? They've seen this this fight break out. Stretch now needs to defend his loot. Noki coming up to try and take it from him. Stretch, like we said, in top 5. That was his tournament there, and he had the composure. He had the confidence to get in and close that fight to get the refresh, and that's what separates these top tier players. So many would have been too scared to lose their lead there and would have clung onto the little mats and medicinals they had, but Stretch gets in the box, gets what he needs, and now he is very much in contention to ruin this story for Booger.
That puts us one step closer in the tie right now. That's looking like first place. One step closer for the race off for who's going to take home the first place here for day 2. Will it be Stretch? Will it be Booga? Class is still here. Dax are still in the running. All of these players have frags to their names as well, so the lead is still the same. No one's done anything exceptional, not just yet, but they've done enough to stay close to one another to remain relevant in the running. Ketsui here, though, on the other hand, is just trying to get his way to zone. He's just trying to stay alive right now to secure his top 50, to qualify himself. He's going to find Entropy there, and that's going to be a nice frag for him. Another point is going to fall to his favor.
And our slow and steady Sloth has fallen. He didn't make it in the top 50 like he was making consistently. So maybe Sloth going to have to come back next week, reevaluate his slow and steady pace, and see if he needs to pick up the pace and become the fastest Sloth ever. But at this point, yes, those other big players in the game haven't had their kind of big point moments. And you know they have eyes on the feed here. You know Booger and that is looking at the feed. And as soon as someone has that jump up, if they start to see maybe, you know, someone like Acorn getting 2 or 3 eliminations at the start of the end game, that's going to put the pressure on and pick up the pace. But right now, they're all following each other. This is a marathon here. But right now, which one of them has the energy to sprint for the finish? Because one of them is going to have to really solidify this finish. As Aegis getting in the box, one of the players that needs to close this out. 42 points.
Oh my gosh!
Makes it 43. He manages to clutch up, but the lobby is not having any of it. He's getting focused. He's down to hard mats. He's putting the metal and the brick out. This is someone who is currently in that top 5 contention, and he is getting focused by the whole lobby. Has the floppers, has the meds. I think I can breathe. I think Aegis can breathe. I think he's survived this.
Wow.
And that was insanely close to ruining his run.
And not only that, as the shots were coming in, he managed to get the refresher because look at his material. He's still looking pretty good. That was so incredible. So incredible for Aegis to slip out of that. He was knocking on death's door right there for a second. But the frag is going to go in his favor. And I just can't believe he even hit the 98 shot on the flick right there. What an absolute clutch from Aegis to keep this competition nice and close. And now you guys are seeing why he's in the running for first place right now.
That was a lot of composure there. Clarity getting in now as well. One of those players I said, trio mate of Booger in that top 10 too. But unfortunately, the crash pad kind of making things a little bit awkward there. He knows the player's above him. The flick, you just talked about the flick. He takes down Assault and he upgrades to 4 floppers now. That's a good spot to be in and a really, really beautiful shot there. I didn't even see what that player is. I know Clarity popularized for being on quite low sensitivity on the mouse and keyboard, and that usually rewards you with high aim, and that's what Clarity had there.
Not only that, though, he didn't have any medium to his name, so he needed the shotgun shot. He had nothing to follow up with. 3 ammunition inside the gun. That's going to be a beautiful refresher for him. On the other side, though, Box, like we said, this is his qualification fight right here. He already got the clutch up in the Storm line before. He needs a little more, and yes, he's going to find it onto Mandatory here, and that might just be enough. That's 22 points now. Just enough. Can he get to top 50?
That's above the threshold from yesterday. So as long as he follows similar scoring to yesterday, everyone does the same kind of pacing. He is in, but you never know. He might need one or two more. He maybe just one more placement threshold, I think, will be enough. He's on the edge zone. He's in a good spot. I can't see him going down too quickly unless he misplays massively. Ages did survive that very sketchy fight. He's down to 72 health and 100 shield, opting to save that floppy. He doesn't want the 28 health. I think he's, like you talked about earlier, Monster, he's confident he's going to get that siphon. He's going to get that elimination and hold on to that flopper. And we still have all our big names in here coming into the top 50. You could not ask for a better tournament. If you've just tuned in at home and you've missed the first 5 games of this, you have a storyline developing as good as any in competitive Fortnite history. Can Booger win his first major solos tournament since World Cup, or can Acorn, Daxter, Aegis Class, can someone one of them upset it, or Stretch even his ex-duo mate? This is going to be a ridiculous endgame for sure, no matter what happens.
Both regions have been popping off. We've seen such a phenomenal set of games here in the FNCS Opens. It's been incredible to watch unfold. But regardless of what, there's still a lot on the line and pressures are still high. You can just feel the density in the atmosphere here as Stretch is barely holding on with his shields there. About 40 HP on the shield mark for Stretch, who's just nearby. But okay, the zone's going to favor them. It's actually going to go in favor of Azers here. So with his limited material, this is going to help him a lot. He's going to be able to save. Doesn't have any mobility either. He has to be careful. There's a player inside the cone. If he crosses over too soon or too recklessly, he will eat a big shot. Decisions now to make the rotate.
If you don't follow competitive Fortnite history, you don't know kind of exactly what's going down with Booger and Stretch. They were ex-duo mates, and there's a lot of talk among the community who carried who is better off without anyone. Booger, you made Stretch. There was a lot of there is a lot of pride on the line this game. Both these players have a lot to prove. Booger, since winning World Cup, hasn't performed as well in stack solos. Is this his day? Does Stretch overcome him after winning DreamHack? Does Stretch go from winning DreamHack and then also winning an FNCS Heat? And we have Aegis picking up the elimination onto Pose, looking good as well. Aegis can climb his way up into the top 5 and overtake Booger now as well. He's on 45 points as we see Plague on the front side. I'm looking for Booger. I'm looking for Stretch. I see Stretch on the backside. He's looking like he's making his rotate. I can't see Booger. Monster, can you see Booger anywhere on this field so far?
I didn't see him there, but I did see Acorn up towards the top, and Daxter still in the game. 9 players have to fall right now for the Storm Surge to stop. There are so many players in this endgame. It is ridiculous. There goes the bounce house to Daxter. It's going to throw him right into the zone, and he's going to keep going. Booger falls to Knifer. He's out of the running. Can Stretch make a climb to the top now? Will Daxter snatch first place? There's so many questions to be asked because Azers is still in this game as well.
Never mind, Booger goes down here. Unfortunately, a very rough last game for him. He was in that mid-ground layer on low health, and he goes down. Daxor goes down as well now. Daxor is out of this one. He is out of the running. So we have Acorn, Class, Aegis, Stretch even trying to make that jump, trying to make that climb to the top. Booger has to sit on the sidelines and watch this unfold. He has to hope for his ex-teammates and a lot of his friends to go down here so he can hold on to his lead. I don't think he's going to be able to. There's so many big names here. Class on 46 points, like I just pointed out. He is in that top 4 as well. 4 floppers, 3 minis, but only 2 builds. We saw the clutch factor from Booger last game. Booger was able to pick up 2 eliminations in this scenario to close out and push forward. Class has to do the same. He's playing the floppers. He's sitting back, trying to get these beams on the players. Also rotating. That's the finish. Can he get the materials off it though? The crash pad's there. Does he take crash pad or does he take materials? He goes for the materials. There's also chug splashes, even more white meds, but he leaves them behind. He's playing in from the backside. He is climbing 49 points. Booger had 50 going into this game.
Gosh.
If Class can make a jump up here, if he can jump into that top 5, especially with a couple of elims, he might overtake him.
So Class is still in this right now, 50 points. That means he is at the very tippity top of the food chain here. Now, it's a big one. Can he continue to follow up? Only 20 HP. He cannot flirt with the zone for too much longer. He has to make a decision. He has to rotate here. Left or right? He's going right this time. This is the commitment. He gets a shot. No, it's not going to be enough. It's Stretch. Stretch meets him with the huge, and he needed that too. He only had 16 HP prior to finding Class.
Stretch is on 52 points here. Like I said, Booger went into this game on 50. He gained a few points, but Stretch looking, he's knocking on the door. He's proving himself. He is proving that he is going to win back-to-back DreamHack and FNCS. He is now pushing through on the low ground. Spray is coming out. He has got such a good loadout to do this, but he has no builds left. 3 eliminations. Can he clutch up? He's going to have to drop down and find someone in this layer. Where are they? He's thinking.
Oh my gosh!
He finds it. He gets the elimination onto Rokane. It's top 4 situation now. Stretch can run away with this one. Acorn is out of there. Stretch is trying to close this one out. K-Jaw up on the high ground with the rockets. It's going to be Sid versus Stretch versus K-Jaw. We've seen Stretch win from the low ground. Can he do it again? He's going to have to. He dropped his shotgun.
Material.
He only has 2 ARs.
Oh, no.
He has to do this with the AR.
He gets it.
He takes down Sid. Stretch cannot land the 1 shotgun shot that he needs. He's going to have to AR spray this out. 42 health. This player on the high ground has every advantage. 57 points. Is it enough? Is it enough? K-Jaw closes it out and has a clutch game 6. He dropped the shotgun monster.
I think it was enough. I think it's safe to say Liquid Stretch with 57 points should be enough to allow him to hold that first place and give him back-to-backs. We just saw Arkram do this from DreamHack to the follow-up, right? From the previous FNCS Invitationals. We're watching Stretch pull off a historical back-to-back as well. All right, I can't stay here any longer. It's Stevens Aussie. We just call the NA East portion. And we're going to send it over to Zeke and the boys. They're going to break it all down. We'll catch you guys there shortly after this.
You guys brought the hype. What an incredible end game. Shoutouts to Stretch. He tried to hold it together there, unfortunately dropping the wrong weapon, only having the AR, no bills, no nothing, but still, was that run enough? 57 points is where he ended. Gentlemen, we have to take a look at the final standings. We saw Booga go down, but did he rack up anything else? Did he get overtaken by Stretch? Could this be the back-to-back like Monster talked about? Here we go. Let's take one look together. And it is, in fact, Stretch who comes out on top. 57 points, 16 eliminations to his name. He overtakes Booga, but still, Sundown, Booga held on. He held on to that second place.
Held on, but not quite enough. And honestly, Stretch making me just open my mouth and insert foot. Shio talked about it at the start. We talked about Booga being Stretch's duo partner. Well, today, Booga was Stretch's duo partner. Stretch taking away the top spot with a brilliant run at the end and securing his ability to push in at the end. That third place position, if he wasn't able to get that top 3, he wouldn't have had the additional points he needed, but securing the final elimination and clutching up in the last game, brilliantly done from the Team Liquid player.
Oh, brilliant, but like this relationship is freaky. No matter how badly these guys want to separate and move apart, go to the most polar opposite trios, the most different partners, they somehow just find themselves side by side on every single major leaderboard. It is insane to see that these guys will always stick together, solos, duos, trios, no matter how far they're split apart. Regardless, though, so many other people now are up top in here to compete with them for the heats. This is your top 50 overall. The results from round 3. Danny, K-Drop, he won that game. Got to 38 points. He qualified. Trentman, we saw him. He qualified too. Go and check him out on his Twitch channel. Serves though stuck around the entire time. Jamper barely faltered off, but still survived. Felix got that crucial ice-cold win, taking down Booga, in fact, with strategic positioning, and survives to see the heats next week.
Yeah, and now 21st to 30th, OA Coop, Rokane, 7 Pose, Ketzui from Limit, Keox, CN Simple, Naki, Liquid Gabe, the Oliver OG, and Arrow. Again, don't forget, we are now halfway through the FNCS qualifying portion. We'll have qualifiers 3 and 4 on Saturday and Sunday of next week, but these top 50 are all moving on. Some familiar names on this page between Nanolite, Divine, Knifer, Pandush, and Tabs G. Some players who we have seen before and able to climb up. And then where is that line? Again, right around 21, 22 points as AJ, COD Genesis, Assault, the other Stretch, Fish, CPC, Prian, Vanishes Kaz, Binky, Alige, and IGL Entropy rounding out our top 50. So congratulations to everyone who secured a spot in the heats. But again, we go again next weekend.
Yeah, really good performance overall, 22 points. So we're looking at the same overall threshold for NA East on day 1 and day 2. This was breathtaking though, Zeke. I have never been that intense in my seat watching NA.
Well, guys, it began with anime, and it ends with anime. The rivals, Booga, Stretch, face off at the top of the mountain. And today, Stretch is the victor. With all that being said, Fortnite fam, we love you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. As these guys mentioned, we're back next week with more action out of Europe and NA East. Don't forget, there's other regions as well battling it out. With all that being said, that's pretty much it from us. Sundown, Shio, maybe just, you know, till next time. It's been fun. It's been a great time. Fortnite fam, we'll see you guys next weekend. Till then, we'll see you guys on the Battle Bus.